And there we go. I'm happy to do a little beginning, but do we want to go ahead and just do the housekeeping first?
Sure. Alexa,
Okay.
would you mind?
Yeah. Welcome committee members, liaisons, and members of the public to the Legal Services Trust Fund Committee meeting. Thank you for joining us. We will begin at 12:01. We are using Zoom with the goal to foster a more inclusive environment and effective meeting. If you would like to comment during the meeting, please use the raised hand feature. To use the raised hand feature by phone, dial *9 on your phone's dial pad to raise your hand and do the same to lower your hand. Please utilize this tool to virtually indicate that you would like to speak in order to help the chair facilitate the discussion. All Legal Services Trust Fund Committee and committee meetings will be recorded and posted to the State Bar website. A friendly reminder that this is a video conference and to please be aware of your surroundings behind you. Zoom captioning is available. To enable, please select Live Transcript at the bottom of your Zoom screen and then select Enable Audio Transcript. Troubleshooting. For those using Zoom on a computer, when on mute, holding down the spacebar will temporarily unmute. If you use your phone to dial into this meeting, please be sure your computer's microphone is on mute to avoid audio feedback issues. While joining audio via computer is highly recommended, if an individual loses audio, they can call in separately using the Zoom conference number.
All right. Thank you very much. So first of all, let me just say welcome to everybody. It's nice to see everybody's virtual faces. This is our last meeting of the year. It's been a jam-packed 2022. We've got a pretty jam-packed 2023, but just expressing some gratitude to all of you for your continued service to the commission and the broader community. Thank you. Also, a couple other things. I see Bonnie Huff. There you are. Hi, Bonnie. At the last meeting, which was in person, we were prepared to say goodbye to Bonnie. And and like the Hotel California, she can check out, but she can never leave. But indeed, she is retiring. This is still a gerund and not a past tense word. She's 12:31, Bonnie, is that right?
Yes.
So I'm going to hand the floor to Bonnie in a moment, but I will just say, when I started on the commission, Bonnie, it took about 15 seconds to realize that she was just filled with gravitas, and her pronouncements were just laden with institutional knowledge and good judgment and the whole thing. And I really, over the 10 years since, have never been convinced that my immediate impression of you was incorrect, which is really saying something. We've worked closely on many things, but your sense of the politics and your sense of the practical and your sort of breadth of experience across private practice and state administration and the courts has just been so invaluable. And I want to personally thank you. And, that you are retiring is well deserved, shall we say. I know you're not actually leaving public service, but you will be missed here. I dare say you are probably going to get some texts in the future asking for some help. And you're leaving things to Melanie, another able hand with lots of experience, but these are big shoes to fill. And so, Bonnie, I just want to say thank you from me personally, but also from the commission. And just so everybody knows, we did get a nice resolution for Bonnie, and we were prepared to present it to you in person, but it will have to do that. This is an e-transaction for you today. So, Bonnie, thank you, and obviously all the best. Now, anybody else want to say anything? And Bonnie, please let me hand the mic to you first.
Oh, I just want to say thank you. It's been an honor and a delight to work with all of you. And I actually, Dwan was kind enough to deliver the resolution this last weekend with Elizabeth. So I'll show it to you, but I think Dwan wanted to say something.
Yeah, I just a few words on behalf of the staff. So you all know that, the Trust Fund Commission, our Office of Access Inclusion has gone through a lot of change and a lot of growth in the last few years. And through all that time, Bonnie has been our rock. I mean, Bonnie has been available for us at all hours to brainstorm, to strategize. She's always the word of wisdom. She's always so reasonable and so practical. We just so appreciate her. And Melanie, I've been commiserating that, we have each other, but Bonnie, you will be missed, and we do appreciate you. And if for those of you that are not familiar with Bonnie, she's had a very, very long career with the Judicial Council. She was around since the beginning of the Equal Access Fund. She's really has steered the funds from 5 million, 10 millions to in 2021, when we received that distribution record of 55 million equal access funds. You all know we received HP funds, and our partnership with the Judicial Council, largely because of Bonnie, I believe has contributed to kind of the growth in legal aid funding the last few years. So we do owe that to you. I know that the legal aid community has expressed a lot of gratitude. Selena has put together a kudos board that she'll send to you. But you will be missed, and I personally will miss you, and I just want to thank you personally for all the years of support.
You're here.
Thank you very much. And you're going to be in great shape with Melanie. There's not a better person, but I do want to just show, maybe. Anyway, it's very pretty. It's really nice. Thank you. Very, very kind.
It's either Carrie Lake or in witness protection, but it's a nice resolution from the State Assembly. And these are not given out so easily, I must say. And so Bonnie's assembly member was very gracious and quick to say yes for all the right reasons. And Bonnie, we know you're an intrepid traveler. So may your future here be filled with adventures is what I wish for you. Lots of fun in the future. So anyway, thank you. Yes.
Thank
you. All right. Well, down to the business here. Let me just say, Xavier, I see you, or I did see you. There you are. Welcome. This is your first meeting, and I just wanted to say thanks. We did a very lengthy, but I would say, for me anyway, very inspiring introduction last time, and we're not going to do that today. But I'm going to put you on the spot to introduce you without the benefit of everybody else's examples, to tell us a little bit about yourself. The prompt last time was a teacher that influenced you. And so you can join the chorus by telling us someone, and you're on mute.
Yeah, thank you. Nice to meet everyone. I probably sound a little bit off. 1-year-old, there's a cold, there's RSV, there's everything going on the last 3 months, but it's wonderful to be here. My name's Xavier. I identify as he, him. I'll kick us off. As a teacher that inspired me was definitely 6th grade, Mrs. Linda Hill. The biggest thing that I got from her was to explore any random quirky interests. She definitely always empowered just going down rabbit holes on researching XYZ going on. So I think that is a muscle that definitely stayed with me. And even to this day, I'll randomly go down rabbit holes through podcasts or policy books or what have you around random subjects. So just quick background, over the last 10 plus years, mix of private sector in finance and financial services, at a large financial institution, all the way through to tech companies, and most recently at the New York City COVID initiative, the pandemic response, helping stand up testing, tracing, you name it. And I'm now in Los Angeles working for a public school system. So I'm just jumping around trying to get the beauty of serving people across sectors.
Welcome aboard. And yeah, buckle up. We got a lot of great new members and some great old members, or I should say great current members. That way I won't out anybody. But anyway, thanks. It's great to have you. We're happy you're here today. Let's do roll and then dive in. Oh, and I should just say so there has been apparently some discussion at the state bar level about the procedural mechanism used to conduct these meetings. I'm thankful to say that in 10 years, I had no idea what it was, but there has been an adoption formally at the state bar level of the Rosenberg's Rules of Orders, which some of you may know about Robert's Rules of Order and parliamentary procedure. They are quite arcane. Judge Rosenberg is actually a Yolo County judge, and his very simplified rules of orders are about 10 pages long. They very much simplify the way in which meetings are conducted. I'm happy to report that we pretty much do that already. And thankfully, we don't get into sort of non-consensus, or we haven't really had to get into very much non-consensus discussion in my time. So I'm not expecting any change, but just to announce that we will be adopting the Rosenberg rules. And Duan, do you want to say anything more about that?
Yeah, I can send out. It's a 10-page document, like Chris said. We over the years have informally, I think, adopted a modified version of Robert's Rules. And if you're familiar, it's about 180, 190 pages. And I say modified because we haven't stayed consistent with it. And there's been a lot of confusion, I think, with our various committees on sometimes operational things, as well as the Board of Trustees and the various sub-entities. And that was one of the reasons why the board hired an outside consultant who came with a recommendation, and they finally approved that the Board of Trustees and all the sub-entities would be subject to Rosenberg's. The Trust Fund Commission is a little bit, outside of their purview, but I did talk it over with Chris because we largely already do this. And so it would be a lot easier for the staff and to have kind of one set of rules that we're implementing. And I think it will be also easier for you all, and especially for the chairs of the various committees, because there has been some confusion at the committee level. And so I think this will be an easier procedure. What we can do is build into agenda at the March meeting, a discussion item once you've had a chance to review the document that we can talk about. But I think Brady might.
Yeah, go ahead, Brady.
Yeah, sure. It's and I think the document you have might be this. If you Google Rosenberg's rules, one of the first things you'll hit is a 10-page pamphlet on it from the California League of Cities, which is really useful. And it's pretty similar to how we have done Robert's rules, but without a lot of the crazy procedural nuance that Robert's rules can involve. So I don't think we'll see a huge change. One thing I noted is that it's sort of it makes clear sort of the role of the chair, that the chair has the full right to vote, but that they should generally aim to be the last person to vote and the last person to participate. So while they have the full right to share their opinion on anything, they're not just a tiebreaker. They should, first facilitate the discussion and then, chime in with their own positions if they'd like to.
And we have changed the roll sheet for that. Roll call still stays the same, that the chair is beginning, but on our vote tally, we moved the chair to the bottom.
And then there's also, and I'm not sure if Duan and I touched base really quickly, and I didn't mention this, there's a public comment policy that the board has adopted. It's in its Board of Trustees policy manual, and we can circulate that as well. I think that the it actually has some language about discriminatory or inflammatory comments from members of the public. You know, unless there's a threat, really, you can't kick somebody out of the meeting. But one suggestion in dealing with a person making discriminatory or you know, unpleasant, profane comments is that the chair can read the policy on non-discrimination into the record and can allow those who might be offended to mute or leave the room before letting the commenter continue with their 3 minutes. So that's another update.
Yeah, and I'll send around the public comment that it's a lengthy document. A lot of it somewhat doesn't apply to us. There's like a provision like if public comments go more than 2 hours, the chair has the discretion to kind of cut public comments. You know, we don't usually have a high volume, and that's why it's not as applicable to us. But it's nice that there's a formal policy that will guide us in the event that we do. So I'll send that around. One of the other substantive changes is that written public comments, we've always kind of allowed for written public comments, but now this acknowledges it. And if you see on the agenda on the State Bar website, there's at the top of the agenda, there's like a link on how members of the public can submit a written public comment. If they submit it more than 24 hours before a meeting, then we'll email it out. If it's less than 24 hours, then we have within 1 business day to email it all out to you. If you haven't received yet, Shannon is going to send an email or has already sent an email, because we did receive 2 public comments in our generic box. And I think people are still trying to figure out how it is. We don't think it's applicable. And you'll see it's not anything agendized on ours, but we're trying to follow the State Bar policy. That's what we're sharing with you. So there's some wrinkles that we'll need to work out with kind of the main person that deals with public comments. But for the meantime, we are just going to forward you everything until we figure out a better way to do it.
Yeah, we did get an email earlier this morning.
Yes.
One of which, yeah, is a little bit troubling, but anyway, if you haven't seen that, please check that, and we'll proceed with roll. And thanks. Oh, I see one more hand. Angie, go for it.
I was just wondering, what you said it was troubling. Is it something, even though it's not our purview, can we talk about it? Or is that just out of line?
I mean, as a general matter, I would say talking about public comments received by the commission is probably a good thing. I would say this particular one, I might be inclined to discourage comment just today, because we just received it and there are certainly some, it looks like legal issues. I have not had a chance to read it carefully, but I would be reluctant to encourage any pronouncements from the commission about a potential piece of litigation, if that's what this is.
Oh, yeah, no,
Yeah.
Is that true? I mean, you never know when somebody sends something by email. Is that just a troll, or is this a real thing?
Fair
Yeah.
point.
And I don't know technically if it's a public comment that we haven't agendized it, that we can discuss it. I don't believe we can, right, Brady?
That's okay. I'm just asking.
Okay, well, let's dive in on roll. And the Rosenberg piece is really just to let you know that there will be a formal adoption. It looks like in March. You'll have an opportunity to review that. My recommendation is we adopt it. We're basically doing it anyway. That's why I always solicit motions and seconds as opposed to providing them myself, and tend to wait on comments for the most part. But anyway, roll.
Okay. Schreiber,
Yes, here.
Al-Sarraf, Connolly,
Here.
Aglagi,
Yes.
Ball,
Here.
Fightmaster,
Here.
Blakemore,
Here.
Boschelli,
Present.
Campbell,
Here.
Galkin,
Here.
Iskin,
Here.
King,
Here.
Klein, Judge Klein. Judge Klein, I thought I saw Judge Klein.
Here. Good on you.
Cruz? Lee? Lee? Mahoney?
Here.
Meeker?
Here.
Vargas?
Here.
We have quorum. I'll do our advisors. Justice Rodriguez,
Here.
Judge Seligman,
Here.
Judge Yang,
Present.
and then our liaisons. Copeland. Selena, I thought I saw you.
Present.
Huff, Bonnie's here. Brown,
Here.
Snyder. Okay, State Bar staff. I saw Elizabeth, Brady, Danielle,
Here.
Chris McConkey. I think he's in that. Okay. I'll hand it back to you, Chris, to do public comments.
Yeah, is any member of the public present and wishing to come forward at the present time to make a public comment?
We do have one member of the public with their hand raised. Shannon, would you mind unmuting the person?
Yes,
Two
will do.
two people.
Yes,
actually.
Nick Holden, I'm allowing you to talk. You may unmute.
All right, this is a call I got from the San Rafael Police Department. I'd like you guys to comment on.
And Mr. Holden, we can't hear the recording.
It's not coming through. Basically, I'm filing complaints against Vanessa Holton and Leah Wilson over a call that I got from the San Rafael Police Department. You can hear everything on vanessaholton.com. And I'm actually filing right now some new state bar complaints against Leah Wilson for ignoring a state bar, a Freedom of Information Act. So I'd like to make sure that these state bar complaints are handled properly this time, because when I complained about Vanessa Holton filing a false police report, Miss Sutton, who was used to be, I guess, a state bar employee, told me that I needed to get the police report, but was it Officer Bellamy or Captain Glenn McEllery are refusing to release the report after 2 years. And my question is, why didn't they just call Vanessa Holton, find out when she replied or when she filed this false report, and why they're ignoring my request to have it reviewed? Can anybody comment on whether it should be a call that, the police threaten me like that? Again, you can listen to the calls on vanessaholton.com. I know Ms. Wynn, you've actually listened to my emails, and part of the state bar complaints I'm filing is a Freedom of Information Act on those emails, because they're not related to any case, but a suggestion I made to improve the state bar. And I think under the Freedom of Information, those emails will be very relevant on allowing us to see how the state bar is actually working.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Holden.
Do you think it's okay for a general counsel to call the police and say, take down a website, stop sending out emails without even citing a criminal citation? And then again, Leah says,
Well,
I got to provide the report. Why do I have to provide the police report Vanessa Holton filed?
okay, thank you, Mr. Holden. Brady, I don't know if I have no comment. I don't see any
Sure,
comments.
I was just going to chime in. This is Brady Dewar. I'm an assistant general counsel at the State Bar. Mr. Holden, so generally for public comment, just groups, including the Board of Trustees, receive public comment and don't comment in return. Especially here, however, this is a meeting of the Legal Services Trust Fund Commission, which is just concerned with legal aid grants. So your comments to this board don't really have anything to do with this board's jurisdiction or activities.
That's okay, but I am allowed to comment, correct?
Of course you are. Of course you are.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I guess none of you want to really comment whether a call from the police from the general counsel filing a false report after I filed the state bar complaint, does that sound legal to you guys at all?
That's not a question for this commission. It has nothing to do with this commission's charter. or
Understood, but
website.
I'm just gonna use, and you can pass on to Leah, I will use every meeting, every opportunity to keep harping this and tell her I'll be in person on the 19th and 20th until I get this resolved.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Holden. Who's the second member of the public who wishes to make a comment?
Jenny, can you unmute the person?
Yes, I have unmuted you. You may talk.
Hi, this is Paul Ocampo. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Ocampo.
Yeah, we thank you for the opportunity to address the commission today. I'm Paul Ocampo, the Development Director at Advancing Justice Asian Law Caucus. I'm here to provide a comment on the recommendation from the Legal Services Trust Fund Commission, Homelessness Prevention Funds Committee regarding our EAF Homelessness Prevention Grant. This committee of the State Bar is recommending to the commission that our organization, Advancing Justice Asian Law Caucus, return the first two installments of its 2021-2023 Homeless Prevention HP2 Formula Award, and that we not receive a third installment due to failure to begin spending our grant as of December 1, 2022. I would like to provide both the necessary context of our grant and the consequences should the commission approve this recommendation. As we openly communicated with the staff of the State Bar, Christopher McConkey and Alexa Montalva, on a call on Tuesday, October 4, the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted the way we were able to provide services for our communities. While our housing rights attorneys and staff provided critical assistance to clients at the height of the pandemic that improved their chances of fighting evictions and homelessness, we were unable to put expenses on the grant right away due to a consistent shortage of staffing in our housing rights program. First, we didn't have a full housing rights team until the end of 2020. In addition, our organization was updating our systems, innovating our case management system, requiring transition time for our staff to acclimate to the new systems and coordinate between our teams. As the nonprofit sector faced and continued to face challenges such as staff burnout, we also saw unexpected departures from staff through the pandemic and earlier this year, from our legal to our operations teams. To remedy the situation, we've aggressively hired new staff to continue the work since our call with Mr. McConkey and Ms. Montalvo. In addition, since this summer, we recalibrated and made a decision to transition out of two contracts that were contributing to staff burnout and in order to deliver on this grant. We declined existing grants without knowing about this recommendation or without a chance to respond to this recommendation until today. We also adjusted our work plan to make sure to deliver on this grant, which we provided to the staff of the State Bar. Rescinding your support of our work will have a huge impact on the Asian American and Pacific Islander or AAPI communities we serve in San Francisco. Very few legal organizations provide culturally and linguistically sensitive legal services and know your rights education and empowerment on housing, and even fewer for AAPI communities in the Bay Area. We are seeing the need for our services continue to rise as the eviction moratorium protections are peeled away, and our low-income, limited English proficient clients have few options to find support. They come to us because they trust us. Because we've been doing this work for decades, we have a long-standing role in the community. While we are on the ground doing this work, like many other nonprofits, we are struggling with systemic issues, including burnout, high cost of living, and COVID-19 health impacts. But we're committed to do this work to assist vulnerable community members. We hope that you consider these factors that we face on the ground every day. To execute the recommendation of the staff of the State Bar is to decrease the opportunities for API community members to live with economic security in a very critical time. Now is not the time to turn your back on our communities. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Ocampo. This is an agenda item for, as members of the commissioners can see from the agenda, we will be getting to the recommendations of the HP committee, and this is going to come up. Mr. Ocampo, we may request your further comment if you are available, but we'll be hearing from staff and members of the committee later in the agenda. Thank you for your comments. Let's go ahead and move to the next item on the agenda, which is number 3.1, which is approval of the minutes. Hopefully everyone's had an opportunity to review the August 12th and November 16th commission meetings. I think we can handle these together. Let me first ask if anybody has any comments or changes to the minutes that were provided in the board packet. Okay, seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve these minutes.
I'll move.
Sorry, who was that?
Banafshe.
Oh, there you are. Okay, sorry, bottom right corner for me. Thanks, Banafshe. There's a motion to approve these two board meeting minutes. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thanks, Tammy. Okay, let's take roll.
Al-Saraf,
Yes.
Connolly,
Yes.
Aglagi,
Yes.
Ball,
Yes.
Fightmaster,
Yes, as to the November minutes, abstain as to the August minutes, I was not present.
Louise, I think because it's a joint motion, I don't think you can abstain from one and not the other. So,
I guess
and
I'll just abstain then. I guess.
okay.
Okay.
Blakemore,
Yes.
Bushelli,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Galkin,
Yes.
Iskin,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Judge Klein,
Yes.
Cruz, Lee, Mahoney,
Yes.
Meeker,
Yes.
Lee. Sorry, Lee is on twice. Give me. Oh, Mahoney's on. I'm sorry, my roll call sheet is. I'm sorry, I have to do it over. I apologize. My roll call sheet is inaccurate. Al-Saraf, Connolly,
Yes.
Aglagi,
Yes. And Duan, I think Amin was trying to respond. He was on mute.
oh, he's on. Okay, I didn't,
Sorry, yeah,
no problem.
I'm a yes.
Ball,
Yes.
Fightmaster,
Yes.
Blakemore?
I'm confused, I'm sorry.
my roll call sheet was wrong, so I had to pull up a different one and redo it over. So are you going to yes now, or are you abstaining?
I'm abstaining if it's as to the minutes. I'm here as to the roll call.
I'm doing,
I'm
I'm
not
doing
sure
the
what you're
vote.
doing though.
I'm doing the vote. I'm doing the
Okay.
vote, not roll call.
On the minutes, yeah.
So abstaining then. Blakemore,
Yes.
Bushelli,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Galkin,
Yes.
Iskin,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Judge Klein,
Yes.
Cruz, Lee, Mahoney,
Yes.
Meeker,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Can you give me just a minute? All my roll call sheets have everybody doubled up. Oh, let's see. Xavier, sorry, Vargas,
Yes.
Schreiber.
Yes.
You know, did I not call somebody? Because I think my roll call sheet is off. I had 3 names that repeated itself, and I'm wondering if I didn't call 3 people.
Did you call Campbell? Yeah. I don't see anybody. King, Campbell, Meeker, Vargas, Galkin, Blakemore,
Okay, maybe it was just repeated. I'm gonna, for the next motion, I'm gonna use the roll call sheet to vote again. Sorry, my sheets are all off. I apologize for
Okay.
that, but motion passes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Tuan. All right, so I'm moving on to item 4 on the agenda, which is a report from staff about our consumer debt grants. And this is a presentation we heard in the executive committee at some level. Danielle, can I hand it off to you? And I don't know if you're going to share your screen or not, but
Yes,
yeah, there we go.
great. And then, great. So thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Danielle McCrae, and I'm a lead program analyst in our Office of Access and Inclusion. I'll be walking you through the next 2 agenda items. 4.1, which is an approval of the 2023-2025 Consumer Debt Grant Awards, as well as 4.2 on reporting requirements of these same grants. So for the first item on the award amounts, this is our agenda. I'll give you some background to go over the review process, how we came up with the scores and funding recommendations, what that means from a policy perspective, and then open it up if there's any discussion before the resolution is discussed. So to provide some background, the Budget Act of 2022 allocated $15 million for grants to QLSP's qualified legal services projects and support centers to provide civil legal services for indigent persons related to consumer debt matters affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Of that 15 million, up to 5% is available for state bar and judicial council administrative costs, which leaves at least 14.25 million available for a competitive grant process. That competitive grant process must give preference to programs that serve rural and underserved populations. These grant funds may not be used to supplant existing resources, and the Budget Act also includes an encumbrance and expenditure date of December 31, 2025, which means that these grants must be spent down by that date. The Budget Act of 2022 notably did not define what consumer debt matters affected by the COVID-19 pandemic are, but the request for proposal, which was approved by the executive committee, provided the following list of permissible activities. Consumer debt grant funds may be used to provide civil legal services related to debt collection, wage garnishment, and bank account levy defense, financial abuse related to consumer debt, protection against unfair debt collection practices and unfair or predatory lending and consumer scams, credit reporting and credit discrimination, bankruptcy, and other debt matters, including those related to student loan, auto loan, credit card, and medical debts. And so the grant parameters for this funding, all IOLTA eligible QLSPs and support centers were eligible to apply for this opportunity. The funds must be used, of course, on civil legal services related to consumer debt matters as defined in that permissible list activity. These are 3-year grants from January 1 of next year through December of 2025, and programs must serve only indigent Californians based on the budget language for these funds. And so because this is a competitive grant process, a scoring rubric was approved by the executive committee on September 28th as part of the RFP that was approved on that same date. The RFP provided guidance for each criterion of the scoring rubric. Each criterion is assessed as either not addressed, below, meets or exceeds expectations. And the RFP also had definitions for what those various categories mean. And the RFP included language that reminded both grantees and the committee and commission that the rubric is a tool to guide scoring team and committee evaluations. A high score does not necessarily guarantee funding, and the scoring team, committee, or commission may exercise discretion to recommend and make awards that distribute grants statewide or strive for a diversity of various legal services interventions. And this is what that rubric, as approved by the executive committee, looked like. There's a rubric category for project impact and strategies, for which programs could receive up to 25 points. Rubric category for administration. This is conceptually similar to what's been called organizational capacity in other grant processes through the state bar. Programs could receive up to 20 points for that category. because of the budget language requiring preference for programs that serve rural and underserved populations. There are rubric categories for both of those, as well as project evaluation. All three of those were eligible for up to 15 points. And then finally, there's a special consideration factor that includes or would award up to 10 additional points for applicants that propose a project that is replicable, sustainable after the grant period, or provides consumer debt legal services that promote long-term economic health and stability of the individuals served. And the State Bar received 30 applications seeking about $22.5 million of funding combined. As a reminder, there's $14.25 million available in funding. Those 30 applications came from 26 QLSPs and 4 support centers. The committee delegated authority to a scoring team to score all of those proposals. And that scoring team was comprised of 2 commissioners and 2 State Bar staff. Those commissioners were Erica Connolly, who's a member of the executive committee, Catherine Blakemore, and then the 2 staff members were myself and Michael Chong. And the scoring team met over 6 sessions to discuss and score all the proposals, as well as reach funding recommendations to bring to the executive committee and the commission here today. So that 4-person scoring team arrived at consensus scores for every single proposal. The highest score was 89 out of a possible 100 points. The lowest score was 52 and the average was 71. The scoring team and executive committee are recommending that the commission fund 20 of the 22 highest scoring proposals. Notably, 2 were excluded, and that is because those 2 proposals, unfortunately, they scored highly, but were found to propose to supplant existing resources. In both cases, those programs were currently using unrestricted or general operating funding to provide those services, and would, if they were to receive this grant, they would replace that general funding with this grant and move or reallocate that general funding elsewhere. And as State Bar staff interpret the supplementation requirement, that is not allowable, and so therefore we could not recommend them for funding. This table, though, does list the 20 that are being recommended for funding. And so once we had those 20 recommended applicants, we then needed to figure out a way to split that $14.25 million among them. In most cases, in 14 out of the 20 proposals, the executive committee is recommending those projects be fully funded. However, 4 projects' budgets were reduced to remove aspects that were not aligned with the priorities in the RFP. So 2 proposals included a financial literacy training component that did not have a clear link to know your rights work. And so the scoring team and executive committee were concerned that that was not clearly civil legal services based on the definitions of civil legal services that have been approved by the Rules Committee and the Commission. Financial training can be considered civil legal services if it is clearly linked to know your rights work. And that link was unfortunately not quite clear enough for the scoring team and executive committee in these 2 proposals. One proposal also included some wills and trusts legal services. Their argument was doing proactive wills and trusts work would help those clients avoid consumer debt issues in the future. But again, that link was not as clear or compelling to the scoring team. And so the scoring team and executive committee are recommending that proposal be reduced and that program instead focus on the more traditional consumer debt work that they had also proposed doing. And then one program, Inland County's Legal Services, applied both as a primary grantee and as a sub-grantee on Western Center's proposal. There was a maximum for this grant in the RFP such that programs were only allowed to apply for up to $1.2 million in funding. It was admittedly not clear in the language in the RFP if that included sub-grants. I think that's an interpretation question, but given that the executive committee wanted to spread this funding to as many programs as possible and as many areas of the state as possible. The executive committee was not comfortable with ICLS receiving more than 1.2 million between both their kind of primary grant and as a subgrant on Western Center. Originally, the scoring team had recommended that Western Center's proposal be reduced and ICLS's subgrant essentially get removed from Western Center. However, this executive committee did ask State Bar staff to follow up with ICLS and essentially pitch, you can have 1.2 million in funding made available to you in total between the primary grant and as a subgrantee, and ask if they had a preference for which grant was reduced. And they actually chose to reduce their own award and keep the subgrant under the Western Center proposal. And then finally, there were two projects that were reduced simply because the scoring team wanted to stretch funding to the next highest scoring proposals, but where there was limited funding remaining available after making the budget cuts detailed above. On average, all of these organizations would receive 92% of their budget requests. And again, that's because 14 of the 16 are getting fully funded based on their proposal. And then these few have various kind of budget cuts for varying sizes for various reasons. And then this table shows the funding recommendations, each applicant, their score, what they requested, and what is being recommended. I just have ICLS and Western Center in red because that is what differed between the executive committee meeting and today. At the executive committee meeting, what was passed was ICLS getting full funding, and that the amount of the subgrant, which is that 360,000, being removed from Western Center. But upon follow-up with ICLS, they preferred the opposite. And so the new recommendation is that ICLS's budget be reduced by that amount and the Western Center proposal be fully funded. And so that is why those numbers are in red there. And then taken together, these recommended projects articulate a clear nexus to consumer debt matters affected by COVID-19. They propose strong impact as indicated by their project impact and strategy score. They would also together serve every county because there are some proposals that are statewide projects from support centers, but they would focus on 42 counties in particular, which you can see in the map in attachment D and is also on the next slide. And taken together, they would balance QLSP and support center services. 18 of these projects are from QLSPs and 2 support centers. Most scored exceeds expectations in at least one category, most of them in several, and they all scored at least 4 points in that special consideration category that allowed for up to 10 special consideration points. And this is that map of statewide distribution. Again, this is also an attachment D. And I will stop talking there and open it up to any discussion that you all may have or any questions that you have for me, the committee or the scoring team.
Okay, thank you so much, Danielle. I appreciate it. Thanks for keeping that tight as well. There were some interesting discussions, which at the committee level, and Eric, I'm going to call on you and any other member of the committee as well who wishes to discuss or bring forward to the full commission that which was discussed at the meeting.
Yeah, I just had a question. First of all, Danielle, that was really a great report. Well done. Can you go back to the chart of the funding chart? I just had one question. There was one. So NLS looks like it has a pretty big reduction. So you may have mentioned this, but why is that?
Yes, so NLS is the project that had both traditional consumer debt work and also some wills and trusts work.
Oh, okay.
And their argument was that wills and trusts work was kind of proactively setting folks up for success to not have consumer debt issues in the future. But the scoring team and executive committee wanted to prioritize kind of current consumer debt legal issues and are requesting that NLS remove that portion of the work.
And legal aid of Marin?
So those
65 rated 65 was a low rated project, I guess.
Yes. And so it was, I don't know that the math is quite this clean, but essentially the kind of there were budget cuts made for concerns about the eligibility or relevance of some of the services, financial literacy, that wills and trusts work, et cetera. So there was kind of haircuts made, if you will, to these projects, and that freed up enough funding to kind of extend a grant award to those scoring about 66 points. But unfortunately, not to full, there was not enough funding available to fully fund those projects. And so they both are receiving about 60% of their proposed budget, which is a steep cut. And State Bar staff have talked with them about what that would mean for their project. And in both cases, it actually seemed pretty reasonable, and they were able to make reductions in deliverables that were actually less stark, if you will, than the budget cut percentage, which was nice to see.
Okay, thank you.
Problem solving there, of course.
Anyone else comments?
It looks like Xavier has his hand up.
Oh, go ahead.
Why would wills and trusts lead to major consumer debt issues?
So I believe the argument was in helping them set up certain types of trusts, those individuals would be less likely to have consumer debt issues in the future. That argument was not as clear to us as a scoring team, or as compelling to us as a scoring team, which is why we recommend removing them. If anybody else on the scoring team who is an attorney has a better answer for what the argument was there, feel free to jump in.
Sorry, this is Erica. So the argument that NLS made was essentially to try to preserve wealth over generations. So the idea was to do potentially some wills and estates work so that when someone passed away, their heirs would have a better set up for the property being transferred to them. And that was why we didn't think, while we appreciated that that's important work, we think the consumer debt grants are to address kind of current debts, not just kind of this future generational preservation of generational wealth, which is why we, recommended cutting that portion of it. And I should also say, to the extent that we advocated for any particular cuts, it's not that we don't think the work that these organizations are doing is not important. We just think there's a certain limit, there's certain parameters in our funding.
By my background, I was a probate judge for 6.5 years, and I think you guys made the right call. It's important work, but it's a stretch. Their argument's a stretch.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where I think it's great if they can do that, but
now you slice the pie and less doing complicated tax planning. It's
Yeah. Xavier, go ahead.
I'm just curious. So I know it sounds like folks on the committee went back to especially the lower scoring organizations to figure out how to lower the budgets on certain things, certain programs. Did we also give feedback on just RFP responses? I know that may be out of scope, but just any feedback that may help them in future RFP submissions, whether to the State Bar or outside, just generally.
That's a great question. So we have not done that proactively in this case. I won't speak to the homelessness prevention grants as much because I'm not on that scoring team, but my understanding is they did do some of that and are planning to discuss that a little bit later. And I think there may be some planning for State Bar staff to make that available to our grantees more generally. But that did not happen particularly in this case with the consumer debt applicants.
Any other questions? I don't see any other hands.
Okay, I will then move us to the resolution slide. So this resolution states resolved that the Legal Services Trust Fund Commission approves the following 2023-2025 consumer debt grant recipients and amounts. And this chart is a replica of the one from a couple slides earlier. It just takes out the red ink, if you will, but does reflect the reduction in budget to ICLS and fully funding Western Center's proposal instead, which was the one change from the executive committee meeting.
Yeah, I will so move.
So Shelley will second there.
Okay, thank you, Will. Catherine, I saw your hand go up.
I was just gonna make a motion, but in that,
Oh.
express my appreciation as a committee member for Danielle's work. She was the lead staff person and I thought did a masterful job of getting us all to the recommendations that you're seeing, which I support.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, we've got a motion in a second, and hopefully those were noted for the record. And we can go ahead with a roll call vote.
Alsaroff,
Yes.
Connolly,
Yes.
Aglagi,
Yes.
Ball,
Yes.
Whitemaster,
Yes.
Blakemore,
Yes.
Bushelli,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Galkin,
Yes.
Iskin,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Judge Klein,
Yes.
Cruz, Lee, Mahoney,
Yes.
Meeker,
Yes.
Vargas,
Yes.
Schreiber,
Yes.
motion passes.
Great, thank you. And to reciprocate Catherine's thanks, thank you very much to the members that were on this scoring team, Erica and Catherine, particularly Catherine because she was not an executive committee member and still stepped up to help score these many proposals we received. So it's very much appreciated. It is a heavy lift and a lot of time and work. So we really appreciate it.
Yes, I second that. Thank you, Catherine, for stepping into that role. Angie, do you have your hand up?
Yes, I had a general question, which may or not be appropriate at this time. In a couple of the grants, it was noted that the grantee was already doing the project and using unrestricted funds, and therefore that was not an eligible use of grant money to divert the unrestricted money to something else, which would provide more services somewhere else. It doesn't seem intuitive that that would be a thing we'd want to promote. We'd want to promote more programs.
So I'm going to let someone on the committee or Danielle respond to that. That was a subject of some discussion and it relates to the legislation, but does someone on the committee want to take that?
I'm happy to just make a statement on this. So Angie, I will say, like, and Catherine, I think also has sort of similar views on this, so I'll let her speak to this as well. It is definitely an issue that we wrestled with. And the problem is just that the legislature in its bill said that you couldn't sort of fund a program that was already, you couldn't sort of rearrange current resources.
It wasn't us, it was the higher up.
Yeah, exactly. But we throughout this process, and let me back up. The rationale for that was to try to expand these programs, to try to address, this is a big problem that came up after the pandemic, to try to get more legal service organizations to sort of expand their particular offerings. So I don't want to give short shrift to the legislature's wisdom here, but I will say that, you know, we did have concerns about that. We did express like that it seems to be counterintuitive to not sort of allow funding to organizations that might already have expertise. But I think the idea was we wanted to encourage them to expand their programs, not just fund the program as it is and then expand something else.
Okay.
Yeah, but I know Catherine has views on this, so let her have a statement on that.
I'll just say briefly that I think it is a question of the definition of supplanting. The statute isn't all that clear. And what I encourage is that either the bar for the Legal Services Trust Fund have a discussion about any flexibility about supplanting as it relates to general funds for exactly the reasons you said. And if that isn't possible because of an interpretation of a very broad statute, then I think it's a question to be solved with the legislature. There's good reasons to allow programs to spend, I think, unrestricted general fund dollars on sort of startup things and then look for grant funding and use those unrestricted funds for something else that could be innovative that would otherwise remain unserved. So that's sort of, I think, the ongoing discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we're going to move on to 4.2 on the agenda, which Danielle is a further discussion of sort of the reporting requirements that attend these grants.
Yes, you all get me again for a few more minutes. And so I'll say at the outset, it's Dwan and my sense that we don't need a motion on this at this time. This is just a discussion item in relation to how the State Bar and the Commission wants to require and collect reporting for these 2023-2025 consumer debt grants. So I'll provide some background, a kind of soft staff recommendation, and then open it up for discussion for the Commission. So as a reminder, these consumer debt grant funds are funded through the Equal Access Fund, which is a state fund or a state body of state pot of money, if you will. The budget language requires that the State Bar annually provide to the Judicial Council a report that includes funding allocations, expenditures, and program outcomes by service area and service provider for all Equal Access Fund and federal funded grants. That data shall be reported using established reporting framework in the Equal Access Fund program and include applicable outcome measures reported in our standardized reporting, state level performance measures, and main benefits scores. State Bar staff and the Judicial Council envision that this report to them annually will be one report with individual sections of reporting and data analysis of approximately 5 to 6 pages for each relevant State Bar grant. So the State Bar grants that are Equal Access Fund funded include this consumer debt grant, but also some of the homelessness prevention work, partnership grants, the Equal Access Fund grants themselves, and federal reporting includes other HP funds. And then, yeah, I think that's it actually, because CalHFA does not run through Judicial Council. And we've traditionally captured data on the federally funded State Bar grants, HP3 and CalHFA, differently than most of the state-funded State Bar grants. And that is in most cases because the Department of Treasury, the US Department of Treasury, requires much more granular data. And so that those federally funded grants typically require or have required much more in-depth reporting that captures client demographics, geographic information, economic benefits, legal resolutions, etc., by individual case or even main benefit or legal outcome that they're trying to achieve. And I have some screenshots in a moment that will help visualize that. Alternatively, most of our state-funded State Bar grants ask most of that same data to be reported in the aggregate. So it's still collecting demographic data, it's still collecting main benefits, economic benefits, legal resolution, which is equivalent to like the depth of service, but not by the case or client. It's not at that granular level. The consumer debt RFPs indicated that the grant reporting here would more closely align with the pre-existing EAF reporting framework unless otherwise required by DOF, other agencies, the Commission, and so forth. So the tendency or the expectation or initial thought of staff and the executive committee at that time was that it would closely follow our other state-funded State Bar grants. And then just to visualize this for you all, this is not even the full number of columns, but most of the columns that the CalHFA federally funded reporting structure requires. And so grantees are required to have a different row of data for every single main benefit. And again, that is legal outcome they're seeking to achieve. And they give us the client ID, the main benefit they're seeking to achieve, and then all of that client demographic data, the economic benefits, if there are any of those services, the legal resolution, which is again, kind of the depth of service, and so forth. All of that is provided on that outcome level. In comparison, our EAF, Equal Access Fund reporting structure, I apologize, I recognize this looks a little crazy, but I will walk you through it, requires this data to be summarized into aggregate tables. So this one up here is cases closed, and they're reporting in aggregate the number of white non-Hispanic clients in various age categories, limited English proficiency, veteran status, people with disabilities, etc. It's collecting the same demographic data, but it's not on the case level. It's in sum for all their cases closed. Similarly, the same is seen for the legal resolution. So this is the depth of service by different legal problems or legal areas, again, in aggregate. And then also for each of those outcome codes or main benefit codes, they're providing the economic benefits rolled up in the aggregate in sum. And so staff and the executive committee would recommend that the consumer debt grant reporting more closely align with the existing EAF reporting, that more aggregated demographic data, main benefits, outcomes, economic benefits, that would use the existing EAF reporting structure, which is at minimum required by the Budget Act of 2022. That is not to say the commission could not choose to require additional reporting, but that would meet the requirements of the Budget Act of 2022. It would require less data collection and cleaning by the grantees and also state bar staff than the federal grant reporting and HP reporting framework. It would, though, allow for less granular data analysis. For example, we would not be able to look at the depth of service, those legal resolution codes by demographics or economic benefits by county necessarily, because it is rolled up in that way. But again, I will stop talking at this time and open it up to you. Again, we don't believe we need an action on this, particularly if the commission were to agree with the committee. But if the commission wanted to add on additional reporting requirements, I would ask Dawn and Brady if that would then require a motion, but wanted to get your all sense on it before we kind of finalize what the reporting requirements will be for these grants moving forward.
And Catherine has her hand raised, but I just wanted to add the reason why we don't think there needs to be a motion is because you have all already approved the RFP, which already has that general structure, describes that. So if we're deviating, then we would say that we would probably need a motion from the commission, but since you've already kind of a high level approved that's why we're not asking for a motion.
Catherine, go ahead.
Thank you. It's really a question. So the legislature set priorities for who would be served under these grants, and there were specific scoring criteria that related to those priorities. One was rural, and a second one was underserved populations that were, it's a fairly broad definition, included immigrants, people with disabilities, people from other underserved communities. So it feels to me like we'd want a mechanism by which we could pull out that information to show that we were responsive to the priorities the legislature set, not obviously client by client, but in the aggregate. And so I guess I'm just asking, within the existing framework, would we have an ability to pull that data out under those factors and maybe make a statement about how it's addressing those priorities?
I think with the underserved categories, that can easily be, because those are demographics, right, yep. Danielle?
Yes.
You go back to that, but I think we would have a harder time with the rural piece because we're not, the way it's rolled up, we're not collecting by like zip code or county level the way we would with the individual outcome. Because an individual outcome, then I think we're tracking it, right, Danielle, by at the county level. But when it's rolled up, we can't disaggregate into the counties to know which one was a rural county or rural area of the state.
Yeah, I wonder if we could add something to the existing EAF reporting framework that gets at geography in a more summarized way. I'm having difficulty conceptualizing what that would look like offhand, but there might be a middle ground that we can collect some geographic information without needing to go, client by client, for example.
Crystal also she just texted me. She said that what we could do is add a narrative question that might be a little bit less tedious to get at, like rural client served or something of that nature, if you wanted to have that at our fingertips.
I guess my feedback is I think it's important to do given the priorities that were set. And so whatever the mechanism is to include that. I mean, grantees went into detail in the proposal about which specific areas of their county met the federal definition, medical service unit or something like that. And I always forget what the acronym's for, but like have them then explain how they're actually delivering on what they said they were going to do to serve rural communities. And I don't recall from the charts that Danielle was showing whether there's a mechanism to track immigrant communities. So you might want to think about a way to gather that too. I know that's of high interest to the legislature.
Okay. Yeah, we don't have a category for like immigrants or undocumented immigrants, right? Yeah,
I'll say this isn't the full, this is, grabbing some pieces of EAF. This is not the full mid-year EAF reporting structure, but I don't believe it currently includes a category for immigrants. That seems like something we could easily add to the demographics. That I'm less, that seems less difficult to incorporate, but the geographic information, yeah.
Those demographic categories.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
I would say those demographics categories, like we're using it from the state bar has created categories for when they send out demographics. So
yeah, Jim.
Two comments. One is that the MSSA stands for Medical Service Study Areas, just as a technical note. The other issue is, Dawn, I didn't understand what you were saying. Did you say we cannot group the data by counties?
We can't because, well, at least under this model that the executive committee and the staff are suggesting, because the difference with the HP and the CalFHA with Danielle's, we don't have it like, if you go back to that other spreadsheet. So this is how, if you did it this way, then we would have to ask for a unique ID and then we track it back to county zip code. But when it's rolled up, we don't have that. So we won't be able to disaggregate it.
By county.
Yeah, so you're used to this, Jim, because this is what you see for HP. What we're proposing is to not do this because this is really tedious.
Okay, because I was saying if you could break it by county, you could use the 5 categories. Counties.
We wouldn't have it by county if we aggregated.
Okay.
Kevin.
So I just wanted to be clear, and I don't think for purposes that the legislature was breaking out immigrant from undocumented immigrant or person that didn't have legal status. So I just think adding a category that allowed the program to capture that information would be helpful.
Okay. Yeah, I think we can get at the rural component. Certainly we could add a narrative question. I guess it's just a matter of if that feels like enough or if we want a data component to that geographic information. And if so, that would be a little bit more difficult with this aggregated data format.
Eric?
You're on mute.
Eric, you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry about that. Can you go back to the EAF chart that we were just looking at? So this is for the consumer debt reporting, right?
Yes.
Are we going to add main benefits or legal problem codes that are relevant to consumer debt?
Yes. So for EAF, they have all the categories kind of available to enter data in because EAF is very broad. But for consumer debt, I would imagine we would kind of reduce down the available legal problem codes that they could select to those that are permissible under the consumer debt grant. Yes.
And that's what we do with HP. We narrow it down so it's easier. So it's not the whole list, it's just the applicable ones. And there's a a slew of them for consumer.
Yes.
Will and then Catherine.
I just wanted a little clarification. Since this is just aggregated, that doesn't seem like the difficult part. It seems like the data collection that's the difficult part. And they're collecting similar data, I assume, as on the main one. So is there some other tedious or difficult part of this that I'm missing versus between the two?
So to do this, the client level or even kind of outcome level, which can be even smaller than a client because the one client could have many different legal issues. We've heard from grantees that this is really tedious and time consuming to fill out, even though they have most, if not all of this data in their case management system. It's not necessarily formatted in this way. And so some grantees have an easier time kind of pulling an export from their case management system that looks something like this. Others that are smaller programs or don't have as robust a case management system, this is really time consuming. Someone is basically manually filling this in for all of their grant funded work.
We've heard from some programs they've had to hire additional staff to get this done. So I think in the context of HP, it felt a little bit more worth it since we're distributing, $30 million, $40 million a year. And this is, relative is a smaller distribution of money, 15 million. So that's why we thought it might not be as worth it to ask that of our grants.
And that's 15 million over 3 years. So it's 5 million per year.
Selena, I don't know if you had any comment in response to Will's comment. And Eric, I'm not sure if your hand is still up. Okay. Catherine, your hand.
So two questions. One, the other underserved population that I don't know how you incorporate that, but there were a number of programs that specifically address serving seniors who were described at being particularly vulnerable to individuals, to consumer debt problems and fraud. So I think we'd want to collect data on that.
We have senior category, I think.
The county piece that I don't understand is, at least at the program I previously worked at, because we were a multi-county program, we collected the county information. So we could tell you without having to tell you by client how many clients were served in each county, for example. So I guess I'm still just struggling to understand the response to Will that, like, don't people count the number of people that live in a county already? So because that's how you do your ULTA distributions, is by services in a county. So just trying to put those pieces, like understand those pieces and the challenge here.
Yeah, I guess as part of this kind of case closed system, if you will, we could have them report the demographics in total and then also have a table under it that's counties, and they just report the number of clients served in each county. That I think could get at it. Yeah,
if we haven't done that yet, and so we haven't consulted with our Smart Simple team, our evaluations team. It probably is doable, but that's not a framework we can just easily plug into right now, having it collected at the county level. We don't have another grant that we are collecting it at. We have it at the individual level, but what I'm hearing from Catherine is maybe asking per county and having them like aggregate per county. I'm just saying we don't do that way now.
And go ahead.
I was just going to say, well, Selena, go ahead, and then Crystal, I have a supposition, but go ahead. You're on mute though, Selena.
Sorry, my quick comment is that I think that before we talk about really drastically changing the way we collect data, I think it's worth talking with programs. I think that, for example, HP3 data collection has been really difficult for programs to fold in. I know some organizations have said they've had to hire people just to do the data collection piece of HP3. And even if we want more data, I think we could perhaps get it through a different format than Smart Simple. If it is, as Catherine says, people are collecting some of the data already, maybe it's worth a conversation on the front end before the grant start to say, here are the things that we plan to ask you for. Make sure that you have built that into your system. Because I think, for example, using the example of immigrants who are undocumented, a lot of organizations will not ask that question because they know that even asking that question could be a chilling effect and people would turn away. But they may have ways of collecting that information based on an attorney's things that attorney finds out about otherwise, or they can say that they target that population. So in order to find the data that we want to report to the legislature, I think we can get to that by having really clear conversations with programs on the front end.
Crystal?
Thanks. I was mostly attending as an attendee, but I just wanted to chime in just because I am the point person for our EAF reporting. So as a reminder, this structure for the EAF, this was the first time that we rolled it out and heavily follows what grantees already report for their annual legal aid reports. So their case summary report, main and economic benefits, and it uses elements of that. So this is a very familiar framework that grantees are already used to seeing. I did want to note that there are questions in addition to these tables that does ask programs to specify primary target populations, substantive areas of law, that provides additional context as we're doing the analysis. So the framework is a little bit more than this, and there are questions that we have in place that I believe consumer debt could heavily leverage, in addition to those narrative questions, to get additional information about how programs are addressing those priority areas that the legislature defined. So it in terms of like Will's feedback in terms of being a little burdensome for staff to analyze, I will firsthand say this was a very extensive report. So there's a lot of information to comb through, as well as aggregate, just for us to be able to communicate that with Judicial Council, legislature, and the Department of Finance. So it is a lot, but it is structured. And again, trying to have uniformity against our across our reporting has been really a priority for us, as well as providing some consistency for our grantees.
I suspect, by the way, just as a final note, that the county level data is actually known and or knowable, and correct me if I'm wrong here, like it's really a matter of entering it in a usable format for purposes of the bar. And so just to be clear, it's not as though the information isn't known, it's just a matter of how and I guess if it's reported. Catherine, and then I'm going to wrap up our conversation unless staff feels like they need a little bit more direction.
So I'm fine if staff and Selena want to talk to programs about it. I think the only part I wanted to be clear about is I specifically said I wasn't asking people to collect about the specific nature of someone's immigration status. It was just the language says kind of serving immigrants, which can mean a whole bunch of different things. And I think that's quite different. I agree with Selena's comment about not inquiring about the nature of their status. So I just felt the need to be clear about that. It seemed like what I said might have been misunderstood.
Appreciate that clarification. Yeah.
There is a procedural issue. So if we're moving the direction of adding or modifying, then that does require commission approval. What Danielle was presenting was kind of the status quo based on the RFP, but if we're expanding, it does require commission approval. I don't know if we're in a position to present something to you all, not having the community feedback, if that's the direction we want to go to. But Danielle, can you also remind me, do we have a contractual obligation to get this finalized by the end of the year? Is it a little bit later?
For consumer debt, it is by the end of January 2023. So we have a little bit more time.
We have about a month then. So
yeah.
we would then need the commission to either reconvene then if we're going to modify or delegate that authority.
Yeah, so I don't know if there was consensus from the commission about whether there were any additional reporting categories or requirements that you were seeking to have the community report out on. The only one that I heard multiple times was the county level. Again, I'm happy. If we need to take an action, that's something I need to know about, but I'm not sure there was enough momentum to change what the reporting requirement is, unless somebody wants to make a case that we should expand to include county and or any other particular categories of collection. Anyone?
I think that was my point, and I just look forward to hearing how we're going to be responsive to what the legislature made priorities, because I think that helps generate additional funding in the future, and in a tight budget time, it's, I think, good practice to be responsive. So it seems like there's a variety of ways that staff feel like they can do, which might include some additional data elements and which might include some narrative. I'm not trying to micromanage how they do it. I'm just saying, I think it would be a mistake not to collect data that allows us to respond to the identified priorities.
Would you all feel comfortable with if staff added some narrative questions or to figure out that piece, or do you want it to come back to you all in a commission meeting?
Yeah, I mean, I'll take the opportunity to just say that I'm comfortable if staff in working with Selena and the community actually identifies a couple narrative questions that might be useful, to Catherine's point, which I think is a good one, about responsiveness to the legislative priorities that have been identified in the statute. So I guess just action item wise here, just being mindful of what we actually need to approve. So I think we probably should delegate to staff and take a vote to delegate to staff the ability to add a couple or some narrative questions. And I would entertain a motion to delegate to staff the ability to add an additional categories and or narrative questions to the data collection that would that in its discretion may be determined to be useful.
Oh, so moved.
So just, I want to make sure we're clear on the language, so I can kind of draft something on the screen, but then allow you all to tweak it, wordsmith as you feel comfortable doing.
I get.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure we need so I think the motion on the table is that the Legal Services Trust Fund Commission delegates to State Bar staff the ability to add additional categories of data collection and or narrative questions
To respond to the legislative priorities, maybe something like that.
yeah, in its discretion. Well, I guess that's inherent, actually. So I would just say delegate staff the ability to add, rather than ability to add, delegates to staff
Would be
authority. Yeah, okay. So with that in mind, I just want to confirm that this is the motion that was made. Whoever.
I did, yes, I agree, yes.
Okay, is there a second?
Catherine seconds.
Thank you, Catherine. All right, let's do a roll call vote.
Al-Sarraf,
Yes.
Connolly,
Yes.
Aglagi,
Yes.
Ball,
Yes.
Fightmaster,
Yes.
Blakemore,
Yes.
Boschelli,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Galkin,
Yes.
Iskin,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Judge Klein,
Yes.
Cruz, Lee, Mahoney.
Yes.
Oh, Joseph, are you there?
Yes. I joined late, but I'm a yes.
Thank you. Mahoney,
Yes.
Meeker,
Yes.
Vargas,
Yes.
Schreiber,
Yes.
motion passes.
Great. Thank you all again for the discussion. I appreciate it.
Great. Thank you, Danielle, for all the work on this, and to the committee as well. And I'm sure any questions will be warmly received. Any additional collection requirements will be warmly received by the community. So next on the agenda, we've got HP grants. This is sort of a large item, the bulk of our agenda. So let's dig in. I could foresee taking a break here at some point during this agenda item, but I'm going to start with 5.1 and just hand it over to Jennifer and Jim to sort of take us through a presentation.
Thank you. Let me share my screen. Okay, my name is Jennifer Zelnick. I am a senior program analyst, and I will be presenting on approving the 2023 to 2024 Homelessness Prevention Awards. Our agenda is to cover some background, the review process, scoring, funding recommendations, policy outcomes, discussion, and then a resolution. So the Budget Act of 2022 allocates $30 million for competitive grants to provide homelessness prevention legal services. Up to 5% of that amount, or $1.5 million, is available to cover Judicial Council and State Bar of California administrative costs. This will fund QLSPs and support centers to provide homelessness prevention services. And the remaining $28.5 million will be distributed for projects to use between January 1st, 2023 and June 30th, 2024, making this a 1.5-year long grant. In terms of permissible use, those mirror those for HP3, which includes eviction defense, other tenant defense assistance in landlord-tenant rental disputes, or services to prevent foreclosure for homeowners, including pre-eviction and eviction legal services, counseling, advice, and consultation, mediation, training, renter education, and representation, as well as legal services to improve habitability, increasing affordable housing, ensuring receipt of eligible income or benefits to improve housing stability, legal help for persons displaced because of domestic violence, and homelessness prevention more broadly. This is the rubric, and the rubric categories were partnerships, project evaluation, serves underserved populations, serve rural populations, administration, and project impact and strategies. As a note, partnerships, underserved populations, and rural populations all reflect legislative preference. The bottom 5 categories were scored as follows: 15 points for exceeds expectations, 10 for meets, 5 for below, and 0 for not addressed. The top category, project impact and strategies, was scored based on a range for 21 to 25 points for exceeds expectations, 11 to 20 for meets, etc. The scoring team discussed this category extensively, and after adjusting for outliers, took the average of our scores in this category. And all scores were arrived at as a consensus. We received 46 applications from 37 QLSPs and 9 support centers. None of the applicants were law school clinical programs. The total requested amount was $25,668,544. The average was $558,012. The median was $447,200. And considering the available funding, if we were to fund all projects fully, there would be a remainder of $2,831,456. And just as a note, many of the grants, HP2, HP3, and consumer debt, have 3-year periods, whereas this is half of that. Additionally, HP4 will overlap with both HP2 and 3. So later I will present the committee's proposal to offer supplemental funding. Given the short timeline to review, the commission delegated authority to staff to score in consultation with the committee, and the committee provided consultation before scoring by calibrating a cross-section of proposals against the rubric, during scoring by having 2 committee members, including the chair, participate in all scoring sessions, and after scoring by discussing and adjusting the scoring team's results. So a 5-person scoring team arrived at consensus scores for every proposal. 2 commissioners and 3 staff members served on the team. The team consisted of Jim Meeker, chair of HP Funds Committee, Tammy Mahoney, who is a member of HP Funds, and 3 staff, Dwan, Alexa, and myself. This is an overview of the scores. As you can see, again, the highest is 93 for Inner City Law Center, and the lowest was 52 Senior Advocacy Network. Funding recommendations. The scoring team considered, among other factors, proportionality of the project deliverables to the funding request, degree of fiscal conservatism in the budget, considering the narrative explanations, capacity to implement an impactful project, related to organizational capacity and past project performances, and sufficiency of the budget narrative and other explanations. The committee proposes that we fund fully 44 out of 46 proposals, which would mean organizations would receive on average over 98% of their request for a total of $25,229,306, meaning $3,270,694 would remain. We wanted to draw attention very briefly to the two funding proposals which were recommended to receive less than their full amount. The first is Legal Services for Prisoners with Children, which is a support center located in Oakland. Their project would serve Alameda, Fresno, Kern, Los Angeles, Orange, Riverside, Sacramento, San Bernardino, San Diego, and Ventura counties. They originally requested $568,000, but their application required several revisions. To summarize, the budget did not clearly articulate what tasks each personnel would work on or how funds would be spent to achieve project deliverables. Additionally, LSPC's application raised concerns about whether their deliverables were low relative to their proposed budget. They proposed 3 webinars, 1 housing rights pamphlet for formerly incarcerated persons, distributing 1,000 of these pamphlets, supporting 10 new QLSPs or other organizations, and a 10% increase in housing-related support calls over their 2021 figures. The committee noted that LSPC's proposal would serve a uniquely underserved population, formerly incarcerated individuals at risk of homelessness. Nonetheless, certain concerns needed to be addressed. On behalf of the scoring team, staff corresponded extensively with LSPC via email, phone, and Zoom, and provided several opportunities for them to amend their proposal, specifically related to increasing their deliverables and or lowering their total budget, correctly calculating FTEs, providing more detailed explanations about budget line items, filling out a blank proposed activities table, and providing more detail about how each personnel will contribute to the project deliverables. LSPC was very responsive and grateful to receive technical assistance. They submitted their final revisions on the morning of December 1st, which was the day that the HP Funds Committee met to make award recommendations. This included a new budget of $493,200 with 4.66 total FTEs, 1.33 staff attorneys, 1 paralegal, 1.33 Elder Freeman fellows, and 1 admin support. Their budget did not include any employee benefits. $466,000 was allocated for total personnel, and the remaining $27,200 was allocated for total non-personnel. Because their application was only finalized as of the morning of the HP Funds Committee meeting, the scoring team presented this information to the committee, which ultimately decided to recommend funding LSPC's project at the reduced amount of $424,700, excuse me, which would require LSPC to reduce their personnel to 4 FTEs, 1 staff attorney, 1 paralegal, 1 Elder Freeman fellow, and 1 admin support. Staff communicated with LSPC about this reduction, specifying that the committee expected them to maintain their deliverables, and they agreed. And next we have Wage Justice Center, which had a discrepancy in their application between their requested amount on Form A, which was $950,000, and their budgeted amounts on Forms C and D, which was $800,000. The scoring team asked Wage Justice Center to resolve this discrepancy. In so doing, WJC revised their budget up to $1,320,738 without consulting the scoring team. The scoring team then asked WJC to revise their budget down to $800,000 in fairness to other applicants. They explained the original discrepancy was due to forgetting to include the subgrant in their budgeted amount and asked us to consider their original request of $950,000 so they may fund their subgrant. Therefore, the committee ultimately recommended funding Wage Justice Center at $950,000. This is an overview of the funding recommendations. As you can see, there are only the two differences for wage justice and then for legal services for prisoners with children. In terms of policy outcomes, the recommended projects articulate a clear nexus to homelessness prevention, serve rural for 33 proposals and or underserved communities with all of the proposals. They include partnerships and or subgrants in 38 proposals and would serve every county, but focus on 33 in particular, which you can see in attachment E. There is a balance of QLSP and support center services with 37 QLSPs and 9 support centers being represented. Nearly all proposals scored exceeds expectations in at least one category, and many of them scored this in several. A sampling of services the proposals would provide includes unlawful detainer representation, both broadly and for rural seniors, trainings to support formerly incarcerated individuals facing homelessness, mobile home ownership defense, advocacy for emergency housing vouchers for domestic violence survivors, behavioral health legal partnership for low-income undocumented tenants with disabilities, assistance with public benefits and employment authorization documents for undocumented monolingual workers, advocacy for foster youth with disabilities at risk of homelessness, wraparound services for veterans facing eviction, direct legal assistance to low-income community college survivors of domestic violence, and legal assistance for tenants with COVID-19 rental debt. And this is just a list of the attachments for the memo. Okay, we can open it to discussion now.
Yeah, so let me see if anyone has questions for either staff or the committee. Should have some spirited discussions at the committee level. So let me just start there. Catherine, I see your hand. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just reflecting on the comment we received during public comment period, and I'm trying to understand, is that comment related to the decisions that the committee's recommending? And if so, should we understand better what that concern was?
It's not that agenda, it's upcoming agenda item.
Okay, perfect. So they did not apply for funding under this, right? Is that what I should understand?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry for my confusion.
No, it's easy to confuse that actually, because this HP funds are rolling out 1, 2, 3, 4. So Jim.
Yeah, I was just going to add that was HP2 that the public comment was concerned about. And also I say this is all the discretionary grant scoring that I've done. This is the first time I've had the situation where we've had more money than was requested. And therefore we could fund, almost all the applicants. So that was a pleasant surprise for me.
It's worth keeping our eye on. I think to Jim's point that this was undersubscribed for competitive grant process, that's obviously very unusual. I think it doesn't necessarily portend anything in particular yet. It might, and I would just ask commissioners to be mindful of that. Sometimes we can discourage grantees from applying. We can find that there are greater needs elsewhere. So there's any number of different implications, and I'm not suggesting there is anything here, but to Jim's point, it is unusual to be undersubscribed. And just on that point, and then I'll come to you, Dwan. I think it did provide us with an opportunity in this instance, and I just wanted to address that because we did have the opportunity, as was noted by Jennifer in the report, to work pretty closely with LSPC, and I think that will provide some long-term benefit and institutional knowledge and expertise to that organization, which I hope going forward is applied. And that had been the subject of some discussion during the committee process. So anyway, I think the fact of its under subscription this time ended up redounding to at least one organization pretty specifically. Juan?
Yeah, we have some theories on why we think it was not as competitive. One being that this is only an 18-month grant versus some of our other HP grants were 3 years. The other is that HP 2, 3, and 4 are going to be overlapping funding for 2023. When this legislation was drafted, the State Bar did ask the legislature whether the spend down period could be a lot longer than a year and a half, and we were denied that request. So we've heard from programs anecdotally that's very difficult to hire for 18 months. I mean, I think it's difficult across the board, but to be in competition with other programs that can hire for a permanent position doesn't make it attractive to only post for an 18-month position.
Jim?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that. It was interesting that I think the short grant period has something to do with the number of grants that we got, although we did get a large number, 46. But also there was no formula part for these funds. So like in HP3, one of our largest rural providers, CLRS, did not apply for discretionary grant because they got a large formula grant. But in this round in HP4, since there were no formula grants, they did apply for, and we're recommending funding a discretionary grant for them.
And I would, Selena, come to you one sec. I was just going to respond to one thing that Juan said, which is just, I don't want to leave the misimpression that it was not competitive in the sense that the programs that were applying were in some way deficient or anything like that. And I'm not suggesting that you meant that, Juan, just that in an oversubscription scenario, the money is more competitive to get, and here it just wasn't that, but just not that the grants themselves were not competitive in the objective sense. Go ahead, Selena.
Well, I feel like I could go on a side conversation for hours about everyone I've talked with about why they didn't apply for this specific grant, and largely it was all due to timing. And I'm not going to digress, I promise. I just had a quick question because I know that we are currently looking at HP2, HP3, HP4. People are already asking me about HP5. And I was curious if probably Chris could share exactly when HP2 ends and exactly when HP3 ends, so that the commissioners have a sense of all the overlapping funding.
I presume you meant Chris McConkey.
Yes.
Yeah, because
yes,
Chris's tend to know when they're ignorant about such matters, and I will be the first.
Chris McConkey.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
So HP2 ends on December 31st of 2023. So it's going into its final year, year 3 of 3, this next calendar year. HP3 will end on December 31st of 2024. So they overlap, but it goes 1 year later. And HP4 will end on June 30th of 2024. So it actually ends before HP3 ends. But that's because the legislature allowed for a 3-year grant period for HP3 and only a 1.5 years for HP4. And they were, the budget acts for 1 year apart.
Yeah, and oh, go ahead, Selena.
I mean, just additional context for the newer commissioners. I know the commissioners who've been on here for a while will understand all of this, but a lot of the reasons why this is such a short funding source is that the legislature really believed at various moments in time that this was a shorter term crisis, and that it was very much related to our housing crisis in California and COVID related housing shortages and eviction wave that's coming. And so even though we talk about how housing crisis in California is actually a very long-term problem, I think that the legislature really wanted to push a lot of money out in a very short time period because they wanted to see the impact very quickly. But as you can tell from the dates that Chris gave us, is that what we actually will see is an extreme loss of funding over the period of about 12 months between December of 2023 and December of 2024. It's a huge loss in funding for housing work and homelessness prevention work. And so it's something that legal aid organizations are very aware of, and they are looking already at how they're going to find new funding starting January of 2024 for the HP round 2 that's ending and the HP round 4 that will be ending, later that year.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to one thing that was said, which is people are looking forward to HP5. I guess I'm going to be the sort of lead balloon here. I don't. They're talking about a $25 billion budget deficit in Sacramento. I think legal aid funding across the board and specific to some of the sort of niche funding mechanisms that have been employed over the last couple of years are all at risk. Obviously, we'll know more in January when the governor introduces the budget, and again, more still in May after we get the May revise. But I have kind of a grim outlook about what might be coming down the pike. But anyway, Will, go ahead.
I know this is a little off topic, but I just wanted to get a little more context since I've never worked in a program. When they do those budget cuts, is it staff that gets cut primarily? Selena, maybe you can speak a little.
I'm happy to answer. And to clarify to Chris Schreiber, I think people are asking when and if there would be an HP5. And I have also shared a lot of your concerns with the budget. I don't think HP5 is likely anytime soon. But if we were to start talking about HP5, perhaps working with private funders, we would want to make sure that the funding starts no later than January of 2025, because that's the cliff of funding. So we're already thinking like, to Will's point about, what happens with these budget cuts, we're thinking, how do we plan for when that cliff falls over that 12-month period? And Will, for every organization, it's going to be very different. Some organizations, especially with HP4, they're doing partnerships. And so they have short-term contract agreements with partners, with consultants, with contractors. And so those would just be the natural end of those agreements. But when there's staffing involved, a lot of the organizations either will have to have positions that remain vacant after the grant ends, or they may be looking for other funding in particular and working with private funders. This is just such a large amount of money that organizations will really struggle to backfill it all. And so they're also tracking projected and hopeful stability of IALTA so they can know what they can rely on in the future, which is why the IALTA reserves conversation is so important to happen early enough that organizations can do multi-year budget planning.
Thank you for that context and emphasizing the importance of clear communication about how we're going to prioritize that. Thank you.
Okay, so I don't see any further comments, and this one requires a vote that we approve this round of funding, unless there's further discussion. Speak now, or we'll go ahead and move to the resolution, which Jennifer, if you can put that up onto the screen.
Just wanted to thank Jennifer for all her hard work, and also Tammy for all the hard work and scoring all of these. It's a lot of work.
Thanks, Jim.
Here.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Go ahead, Jennifer.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna echo that, but I'm not gonna stand in the way of a vote, and I'll do it after. So go for it.
So the resolutions read, resolved that the Legal Services Trust Fund Commission accepts the late application by Legal Services for Children. Can I say, as a reminder, they submitted their application 17 minutes late, and we're very communicative with staff about that. And further resolved that the commission approves the 2023 to 2024 homelessness prevention competitive grant recipients amounts as described below. And we have the amounts below.
They were reflected in everyone's board packet as well.
Correct.
And on the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jeff Ball. I will make that motion.
Thank you, sir. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, let's roll through the roll call.
Al-Saraf?
Yes.
Al-Saraf?
Yes.
Connolly,
Yes.
Aglagi, Ball,
Yes.
Whitemaster,
Yes, but recuse as to Law Foundation, Silicon Valley, and Legal Aid of Sonoma County.
thank you. Blakemore,
Yes.
Bocelli,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Galkin,
Yes.
Fiskin,
Yeah, I think I need to abstain as to wage justice because I think Beit Tzedek is a sub-grantee on that one. So I'll abstain on that one, but otherwise, yes.
thank you. King,
Yes.
Judge Klein,
Yes.
Cruz, Lee,
Yes, but abstain as to the Disability Rights Legal Center.
Mahoney, Meeker,
Yes, and abstain to the Public Law Center.
Vargas,
Yes.
Schreiber,
Yes.
motion passes.
Great. Jennifer, thanks for that. It's great. I really, staff is carrying a lot of water here, time and effort and being organized and doing the outreach to programs. So anyway, it's been great working with you and really appreciate your efforts on this. Angie, I see your hand up. I'm gonna take a 5-minute break and then return at 2:02 for the staff report on HP 1, 2, and 3. But Angie, go ahead if you have a question that.
The question was related to Mr. Ocampo's public comment, and I heard somewhere in the discussion that actually the grant he's objecting to was an HP2 grant.
That's part of, that's part of the next
So then,
agenda item.
oh, okay, all right, never mind.
That's okay. Eric, are you okay? I see your hand went up.
Yeah, just real quick. Do we have another voting item on the agenda?
We do.
Is it a quickie or is it going to take a while?
It's 30 minutes out probably. It's 5.4.
Well, 5.2 is also a voting item. Sorry
All right.
to interject.
I was just going to see if we could just shove that one in before the break, but if we can't, that's fine.
Well, we just did 5.2.
We did 5.1. We have to do 5.2.
I mean, if we could do it in 10 minutes, great. If not, let's take the break.
Okay. Yeah, let's take a break. Sorry, we'll pick back up at 5.2. Sorry, 5 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody. Just take a quick one.
Go ahead, Jennifer.
Yep.
Okay, can everyone still see my screen? Wonderful.
Yes.
Okay, so this is item 5.2, approved distribution of HP4 funds remaining after initial awards. And basically, it's a resolution. It's 2 resolutions that read, resolved that the Legal Services Trust Fund Commission delegates authority to the Homelessness Prevention Funds Committee to develop a supplemental funding application for the remaining $3,270,694 from the initial 2023 to 2024 Homelessness Prevention HP4 Competitive Grant Awards. Further resolved that the Commission further delegates authority to the committee to score and approve these grant awards.
So I guess, Jim, I don't know if you want to give just a brief bit of background before we actually take up the vote, or if everybody feels like they have an understanding of what this money is from. And
well, the initial committee discussion about this was that we were going to see if a lot of the grant proposals did not have any funding proposed for their partners organizations. And so we were hoping that maybe this time around that we could encourage these grantees to apply for funding for their partners.
Erica?
Yeah, and these may be sort of basic questions, but I'm just curious. What's like the timing on the application and when would the awards go out versus like what the timing on when the grants actually, the money has to be spent? I'm just kind of curious on that part.
Yeah, give a little context. So this 3.27 is from what Jennifer just presented, the HP4 tranche, and so there's that 3.27 left over.
Right.
And so the committee, if we don't spend it in by June of 2024, then we have to remit it back to the Department of Finance. So we wanted to take another stab at distributing the funds, and then Jennifer, you can talk about the timing issue.
Sure. So the timing issue is an important one because this is already a short grant period. We will probably need to have a meeting for HP Funds Committee earlier than scheduled. Our next scheduled meeting is March 1st, but probably we would want to try to vote on, have the vote on the additional funding around that time. So the grant period would be reduced. Hopefully it would be a little more than a year, but it would not be much longer than that. With the caveat again that these would be supplemental funds to bolster the existing HP funds that HP awards that have been granted. So that's why it would be kind of a very truncated spend down period.
I think also well, I guess I'm mindful of the fact that part of the reason why we would be acting, should these pass, to delegate this authority to the committee of the commission is precisely because of that time crunch. This was already a short grant period. It's going to be even shorter. So I think there's going to be a premium on nimbleness.
And I just have one other question, which is, I mean, I think this is a good idea, but do you have a sense of whether there's interest for these supplemental funds? Or is there like some way to get the?
We've heard anecdotally, but we haven't like formally surveyed programs. So we have heard anecdotally from programs.
Great.
Had they knew that, it was not as many applicants, maybe they would have applied, or depending on whether the rules committee, the HP committee opens it up to not just current applicants, but there are some HP grantees that are receiving like HP2, HP3 that didn't apply for HP4.
Okay.
And I don't know what the ultimate parameters are, but if it opened up wider, then we might have.
And that would address what Selena was talking about in terms of in a very small way, it might address some of the concerns about this huge drop in HP funds.
Got it.
But the delegation of authority is the timing, because the next two commission meetings are March and June, but the June one is later in June. So if we waited until June to approve, we might not be able to eke out quite a year of funding.
Yeah.
It might be in between those two meetings that it's happening.
Yeah, sorry, my questions weren't intended to suggest that I wasn't supportive. I just wanted a little more context.
No, it's all good. Chris, did you have a comment?
I was just going to say, and I apologize, Jennifer, if you said this too, and I just missed it, but some of the, besides the fact that it's like, it further advances of legislative preferences, some of the applicants said they were having trouble hiring. And so that's why they submitted smaller budgets for HP4, in addition to the fact that they're trying to spin down their other HP awards. This solution takes into account that their trouble hiring will probably continue for a while. So rather than say, hey, there's more funding on the table, why don't you try harder to hire? It's like, we know you can't necessarily go out and hire right away, but if you partner, like maybe you didn't have a partner in mind in the fall, but if we give you 6 or 7 more weeks to go find one, like your partners have staff members who need funding.
What positions are they having trouble filling?
Across the board. Yeah, but attorneys for sure. So the staff attorneys are the like crux of those positions.
And specifically, what would the staff attorneys be doing in the area of homeless prevention?
If it were, a lot of the projects are eviction defense. So in that situation, obviously the attorney would be, advocating for them in like if housing court. But generally all the projects sort of require, for the most part, with the exception of some of the support center projects, for the qualified legal services projects require legal representation on like some level. They usually can't get away with like only know your rights trainings. And for any attorney-client relationship, we require that an attorney be at least supervising the work. Usually it's the attorney providing the bulk of the services.
Angie?
What kind of partner organizations are we talking about?
They're really
think that-
varied. I mean, some partner to do outreach. Chris, Jennifer, can you
So-
describe some of them?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
I'll let Jennifer go first, and then if you don't say what I'm going to say, I'll throw mine in. Yeah.
Sure. So we saw a combination of partners that applied for HP4 funding. These included community-based organizations. There were some libraries, community colleges. So any number of different organizations that just aren't covered under the rubric of legal service providers or legal aid providers. But we've purposefully left these resolutions a little bit open so that it could include either existing partnerships or new partnerships, which could extend these types of relationships. Chris, did you want to add to that?
Nope, you got it. I was going to say, like Duan was saying this too, they extend the reach of the legal aid programs significantly. These CBO, these community-based organization partners. So a lot of times legal aid will partner with a different type of social services agency that serves maybe a much more remote community or a much smaller town where that legal aid program just doesn't have a brick and mortar.
But I'll just add that, oh, sorry, this resolution actually doesn't name the partnership piece. That's just one thing that committee's considering, and they don't want to kind of bind themselves. So they'll have another meeting, they'll think of all kind of the iterations, and then they'll choose a direction, but it might not necessarily be partnerships.
Selena?
I think that if the committee were to go with partnerships, one important piece is that many organizations thought that new partnerships were prohibited, not that existing partnerships were encouraged. And so this might be a really great solution to organizations that had been considering a partnership and then did not do it because they thought it would hurt their scoring. So I think if this is one of the major considerations of the committee, I think it's a really elegant way of solving a past confusion from the program side.
Will, last comment, and then we'll.
Yeah, I think this is a great proposal. I think the only concern I have is if we have an overabundance of responses and programs put in a lot of work, and I hope staff communicates with the programs if it looks like that's where it's going, so we don't have a lot of work and then have to give a lot of haircuts. But thank you, and I think it's great.
Great, thank you, Will.
Can I make a suggestion? Floating it for everyone, but for Duan. And I actually helped write this resolution, but now I'm just realized. Would it be safer to take out the dollar amount just in case for any reason through the grant agreement signing process or something, an award goes down or someone declines an award, this resolution will still be effective. It'll just reference the remaining amount. Or do we is it better that it has the specific dollar amount?
Sure, I think you make a good point. I think taking it out.
I think that's right.
Unspent funds or return.
Yeah, so then so we will change that to just reflect a residual. Thanks, Chris, that's a good call. And it's now reflected on the screen, and I'll solicit a motion from the commission. Anybody want to move?
I'll move.
Sorry.
Will, thank you, and
I'll second, Jason.
Thank you, Jason. Okay, so the resolution's on the screen. We have a motion from Will and a second from Jason. Can we take roll?
Al-Saraf,
Yes.
Connolly,
Yes.
Oglagi, Ball, Fightmaster,
Yes.
Blakemore,
Yes.
Bushelli,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Galkin,
Yes.
Iskin,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Klein, Judge Klein,
Yes.
Cruz, Lee,
Yes.
Mahoney, Meeker,
Yes.
Vargas,
Yes.
Schreiber,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much to everybody for getting that done. I'm going to transition straight into 5.3, which is staff report. Chris, I think you're going to take it away here.
Yeah, and Jennifer, is it okay if I share my screen? I made a formatting edit to one of the tables. Thank you so much. And thank you for offering to advance the slides for me. All right, I'm just gonna start my slideshow and then I'll share my screen. You should see it in just a second. Okay, can you see the slides? Yep. I'm assuming someone will tell me if you can't. Great. So let me know, Tuan, Chris, if you want me to go faster. I want to this presentation on the homelessness prevention 1, 2, and 3 grants is designed to take like 15 minutes or so, but I don't know. I'm not sure where we're at in the agenda, but I didn't want to this is important data. I didn't want to gloss it.
No, you're good.
Okay, great. So the the Homelessness Prevention Funds Committee and staff and the commission have been working with most IELTS and EAF organizations. Most get an got an HP1 award, or they get an HP2 and or 3 award, or we'll soon be getting HP4. So this is most programs, quite a bit over the last few years to design rather meticulous reports, as you remember from the consumer debt conversation. And this is the first moment where we're finally able to share with you some of the really robust data from these reports. So this is kind of like a watershed moment for HP grants. It took a while to design this reporting process. Before I show you the slides, I just want to note we actually hoped to post our official written reports for HP2 and HP3. We didn't need to create one for HP1, but we did need to create them for 2 and 3 for today's meeting. But it is going through very, very important last stage quality assurance checks with our partners at the Judicial Council that cleared all the quality assurance checks at the state bar, but then they get the final, they're the final set of eyes on it. And it's probably going to be ready at the end of the month. We think December 30th, 31st. At any case, it has to go, the HP3 report is due to the Department of Finance by January 1st. So what we're going to do is we're going to send you the links to the official final written PDF reports as soon as they become available. I'm sorry, we couldn't post it for today, but we can show you a lot of the data. It's just the written report is going through like copy editing and the like. Okay. So this is a report, a presentation on 3 different homeless prevention grants. By intention, the reporting parameters are very similar across all 3, so we can kind of report on all 3 all at once. There's some nuanced differences, and I'll point those out, but it is going to look like a lot of info, so I'll kind of go slowly just so it, keep reminding you of what the distinctions are. And so for this slide, this is the takeaway here, is it's 3 different grants, and the legislature specified that HP1, HP2 and HP3 all had to have 2 types. There needed to be a formula grant where we ran a statutory formula that determined the funding amount, and they each had to have a competitive version. So we had to do a request for proposals. That was required. Except for HP2, the reporting period, the grant periods are slightly different. So for homelessness prevention 1, and in some cases that was kind of the statute kind of made us do it. For homelessness prevention 1, the formula grant started first. It actually started in the fall of 2019. It started October of 2019, and it ran for 21 months. So for the HP1 formula data, it's actually a 21-month grant period. It's ended, the grant is done. We have the full grant period worth of data. And for competitive, it was 18 months. So formula started on October of 2019, ran through the end of June of 2021. And competitive HP1 started in January of 2020 and ended in same month, June of 2021. So it was 18 months. I have here for you the total number of awards and the total amount of funding, it just as a reference point. I did want to note the little note here I have in the final column. For HP1, that's our only grant for HP that started before the pandemic. and ran through both of them ran through the first year of the pandemic. So these projects were designed before anyone saw the pandemic coming, and then had statewide, and they were designed, many of them, to be homeless eviction defense projects. The statewide eviction moratoria ran through most of HP1. So a lot of these grantees had to pivot from sort of full scope representation in housing court to like, oh no, these evictions aren't happening for a while. So they had to pivot to things like know your rights trainings and other sorts of tenants' rights work.
So Chris, it looks like 125 million total, roughly.
Oh, I didn't think to put the total for all the funding at the bottom, but if you just did the math in your head, that
Well,
would
I just roughed it out. That's what
Yeah.
it looks like to me.
Yeah, so this HP4 is not on here, so you can add another 30 million. 28.5 million, because this doesn't include the admin fees. I don't think it does anyway. Actually, this might include admin. Does HP3 add up to 80 million? Let's see, so 59. No, it adds up to 78. So no, this doesn't include admin. So you can add 28.5 million to this. So HP2, this is the one where, thank goodness, it started and ends on at the same time. So they're exactly 3-year for HP2. So this grant is ongoing. HP1 ended, HP2 and 3 are ongoing. So whereas for HP1, we have the full grant period worth of data, 18 to 21 months worth of data. For HP2, we just have the first 12 months. They're currently in year 2 right now, but we had year 1. And HP3 began last year, or earlier this year. So they've reported on the first 6 to 7 months. So HP2 and 3 are ongoing. We just have like the opening picture. HP2 started in 2021, so they're 1 year into the pandemic. Eviction moratoria are starting to be eased. They kind of like have made the switch to remote services, a lot of the grantees. And HP3 began in late 21, early 22. So at least 2 years into the pandemic, most grantees have settled into the new norm. Okay, that was sort of just the framing. So a quick note about this presentation. It mostly focuses on HP2 and HP3 because the committee and the commission earlier this year refined the reporting requirements for HP after we looked at and analyzed the HP1 data. So we realized there was some room for improvement. For instance, for HP1, it wasn't strictly required that they select a main benefit if they couldn't confirm the outcome. They couldn't confirm success. And so that led to a lot of gaps in data. So starting with HP2, the commission refined it to require main benefit, even if to reflect the goal of the service, even if the grantee couldn't confirm success for any reason, like the client never like reported back if it worked or not or something. So HP2 and 3 was kind of post refinement. So this presentation really focuses on them, but it weaves in the HP1 data wherever I could. The comparison wasn't apt everywhere. So I just wanted to note that. And this slide deck references, quote, HP needs addressed, homelessness prevention needs addressed a lot. Those are what that means. We took an outcomes focused approach as opposed to an outputs focus. So outputs would be like number of clients, number of cases. Outcomes is like, how did it make a difference in the client's life? So we took an outcomes focused approach. So the HP need addressed, what that means is it was the homelessness prevention need that the program worked on. It was the goal of the service, regardless of whether or not it was successful. For instance, if the goal was to prevent an eviction, they would select that homelessness prevention need as the outcome. And then starting with HP2, they would also say separately if they can confirm that it was successful, if the eviction was actually prevented. So it uses HP needs addressed a lot. I just wanted you to know what that means. Okay, so here come the numbers. So the first few rows of this table, if you look at this first column, the blue column, these are attorney-client relationship services, including counsel, what we call counsel and advice only matters. So the way our office and the commission and the committee have advised grantees is they may consider that an attorney-client relationship was established if they gave any legal advice. So it could be a very short touch point with the client, but we still have them report it as an attorney-client relationship matter if legal advice was conveyed. If no legal advice was conveyed, legal advice or greater depth of representation, then it's just called an other legal services. And so those are things at the bottom of the table, like hotline calls, where there was maybe just general legal information was all that was provided, know your rights trainings, outreach events, and self-representation, proper clinics. So I just wanted you to understand how this table is structured. So starting at the top, so attorney-client relationship cases. The homelessness prevention legal needs addressed, the goals of these services. For homelessness prevention 1, and this is 18 to 21 months worth of data, it's just why these numbers are so high, was about 14,500. Homelessness prevention, legal needs addressed with an attorney-client relationship service, so counsel and advice all the way through full scope litigation. And that was on behalf of about 12,900-ish unique clients. We also asked them to report household size. So insofar as you help one client avoid an eviction, it kind of may help others in their household also avoid an eviction. Those services touched about 28,000 Californians. We start asterisking and rounding down at this point in the table because we had to make some analytical, we had to take some analytical steps in our reporting. Like some grantees will leave household size blank, but we take the liberty of going in and saying, okay, we're going to say it's at least one person, right? Because we know you're reporting on a client where there was an attorney-client relationship, you're reporting an outcome. So we note those sorts of things in the written report. It's documented in footnotes, but we start to asterisk things and round down just to give you kind of a good faith ballpark and conservative figure. Like the number's probably higher for household members. HP2 is 12 months in, 1 year out of 3, and it's already at 7,600-ish homelessness prevention legal needs addressed with an attorney-client relationship. So 12 months into a 36-month grant period, it's already about halfway to where HP1 was. HP3, I'm now just in the first row of the table. HP3 is also at about 7,000, and it's only 6 to 7 months in. So, and these grants, HP2 and 3 overlap. So HP2 is 1 month out of one year out of 3, and HP3 is only 6-7 months out of 3 years in. And you can see HP2 and HP3 are already kind of neck and neck. I think that's because we've heard this from a few programs. They're really trying to show that they're doing great work with HP3 because it's federally funded, and it has extra eyes on those reports. Yeah, Erica, I'm gonna just as people raise their hands, I'm just gonna.
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to ask for these legal needs addressed. Are these unique to each grant? Meaning, is there any double?
There's a list. Yeah. So great question. So the I thought you were going to ask, are these do they get to pick what it? Do they get to make up what it is? I'm like, no, there's a list. They're basically main benefits codes. But could there be double counting with other grants? So in the HP2 and 3 reports and HP1,
I don't think that's what she's asking. I think Erica shook her head no.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm asking because you said HP2 and HP3 overlap. And so I'm just curious whether under the data collection, is it clear whether a particular person was getting from the HP2 grant, or could one client be counted under both for the same services? That may not be the case. This may be a silly question. I'm just curious.
We let the grantee decide how they want to do it, but we require very explicitly in lots of different places that they be able to track how each service is funded. So they can only, especially for HP3, they have to be able to track and report that an outcome was paid for by HP3 as opposed to HP2 or IOLT or EAF. Now they could have the same client receive an HP2 funded service and an HP3 funded service and report those two different services, one under the one grant and one under the other, but they do have to be able to explain to us how they tracked that the reporting was different, or the spending was different. And I think the easiest way programs have found to do that, not everyone has found an easy way to do it, is by having HP2 pay for some positions and HP3 pay for different positions. Like they came up with completely different projects. So maybe HP2 any one provider might pay for all the Know Your Rights trainings and community outreach, and HP3 is paying for like housing court representation.
But the short answer, Erica, is no, they're not reporting twice. And what we actually
Yeah, there's no over counting is what I'm saying.
No for double counting. And sometimes they collaborate, they co-counsel. We ask that it gets reported one time because we don't want to over report as a community. So that's been
okay, perfect. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, given the overlap, that these are like the pure numbers or the
overlap in grant periods is actually like a bane of some of these programs' existence for reporting purposes. It's hard for them, but we do make them, and they're very good about asking us to like verify if their method of keeping this spending separate so that their reports are distinct. They ask us to help. We do lots of TA with them on it.
Well, these numbers look great. I just wanted to make sure they were like
they're real.
You can add them across the.
Yeah, you can add them. Yeah. That's the idea.
You can add them. Yeah.
Yep. That's great. So, so you can see HP2 and 3 are kind of neck and neck right now, even though HP2 is further along in its grant period. I want to just say something about these 4 economic benefits rows. These are the lump sum payments, monthly payments, cost saving, lump sum and monthly cost savings. These are categories of we call economic benefit reporting. We require this for our other reports as well. This is not new. This is not HP specific, but we tell grantees to report the economic benefit only across all of our grants, only if they can if they can confirm that it's true that the economic benefit actually happened and they can reasonably calculate it. And a fair number of grantees, I want to say it's like, we actually polled them at one point. I want to say it's like 2/3 say they can't really meaningfully calculate economic benefits. So I feel like the participation rate of programs and reporting economic benefits is like 1/3. So it's great that we have it, but these numbers are greatly, I think, undercounting the true economic benefit of these awards because a lot of programs don't have the sort of in-house bandwidth or knowledge to be able to report these. And for the newer commissioners, because you'll start to see these terms appear across reports, lump sum payments are essentially when a case closes, if there is an identifiable, reasonably calculable award for the client, that's usually a lump sum. If it can be calculated over a known period of time, like the award is $100 a month for 12 months and then it's done, they report $1,200. They treat it like a lump sum. A monthly payment to a client is when they don't know when it will end. So if it's $100 a month indefinitely, what they do is they only report $100 in the monthly payments category. They don't speculate how long it will last. Lump sum cost savings and monthly cost savings work the same way. So a lump sum cost savings would be like a waiver of back rent. It's a known amount. They know it's exactly $2,000 that got waived. That's where it gets reported. Monthly cost savings would be, well, it's going to be a known $200 cost savings ongoing, but we don't know for how long. They'll just report $200 in the monthly column. So that's just so everyone knows. And that's how to kind of interpret that data. So the final rows are kind of, those are easier. It's just number of hotline calls where there was no legal advice, no attorney-client relationship, Know Your Rights trainings and workshops, Know Your Rights trainings and legal workshops, like maybe someone, kind of comes in with paperwork that they are going to help filling out an application or something, outreach events, and pro-per clinics. So I'm just going to go to the next slide because I think those ones are kind of easy. Okay, so now I'm going to drill down a little bit. That was the top line rolled up data, but now I'm going to kind of go into greater detail. So looking only at the housing outcomes. Now for homelessness prevention 1, 2, 3, and 4, the grantees are not limited to housing law work. It's clearly the impetus of the funding statute is housing law work, tenants' rights, especially eviction defense. But the statute does explicitly say also public benefits advocacy, starting with HP3, also family law, domestic violence prevention, if it helps to prevent housing displacement. So they build in other areas of law, but looking only at housing law, which is the bulk of the work, We break it out into these categories, and these are the main benefit codes. These are the outcome codes that we already use for all of our other grants. So for housing law, prevented loss of current housing, this code is specific to eviction. HP1, it was 9% of the needs addressed. HP2 and 3, it jumps up to 17 and 23. And I think that a big reason for this is HP1 overlapped with the statewide eviction moratoria. I think we calculated for how many months of HP1 the moratoria were in place statewide. Some counties kept it longer, but it was something like 75% of the grant period. There was eviction moratoria that applied to every jurisdiction in California on evictions. So that's why I think eviction prevention is low for HP1, and why they went in harder on the row number 2 for HP1, stopped unfair legal behavior, otherwise enforced housing rights. These codes have definitions in the legal aid reporting handbook, and they are written to be kind of mutually exclusive. Grantees are told to pick the best one. So it's like row number 2 if you read the definition, it is distinct from eviction prevention. You'll see HP2 and 3, it goes down now because eviction prevention went up. The need to find other ways to spend the money went down. Negotiated facilitated soft landing. So that means the eviction couldn't be prevented, but maybe they bought the client more time to move out, maybe a waiver of back rent, kept the eviction off their record. That's kind of the same across grants. Obtained or preserved access to housing, that'd be kind of like help them. Preserved access is not eviction prevention, but it's kind of like keep their Section 8 or something like that. There's a big jump here in HP2. I'm not sure why. I'm just going to say I don't know. We can ask them, but I just want to point out it jumps up and then it goes back down again. Advocated for public benefits to prevent homelessness. Oh, so I was actually wrong. There's one row in this table that's not housing law. This is an income maintenance code. This is public benefits advocacy. There were so many of these, I put it in the table. It's kind of the same across grants. Enforced rights to safe and habitable housing is about the same. Obtained other housing law benefit. Every area of law in our legal aid reporting handbook has a catch-all code. So this is the housing law like catch-all. Like if none of the other codes apply, pick this one. You'll see that a lot of programs picked it for HP1. We're not totally sure why. We actually asked them why, the ones who reported a lot of other, like, well, what was that? If it wasn't eviction prevention, if it wasn't safe habitable housing, what was it? And we heard back for some, they actually just weren't sure which one to pick, and that one felt safe. So we started giving lots of technical assistance, starting with HP2 and 3. And you'll see that, like, don't pick other unless you truly can't figure out what it is. And so you'll see that percentage started going down. And then all other homelessness prevention needs addressed, that last row. That's just like all the other main benefit codes they could have picked from. There was a total of 58 they could pick from that all had written definitions in our reporting handbook. Those are things like family, domestic violence, employment law, immigration, employment authorization to work, all those other areas of law. Okay. Let me know if I need to slow down or pick up, but I feel like I'm going too slow, but I think we have time. So now I'm going to kind of start to report the total number of homelessness prevention legal needs addressed. And just as a reminder, this is attorney-client relationship matters. This isn't like know your rights trainings or outreach events or something. This was like at least counsel and advice, all the way up to full scope representation and litigation. There's like the different depths of representation also have written definitions. But now I'm going to start reporting them by geography, race, ethnicity, gender, et cetera. So this one is an interesting table because the legislature actually builds in a preference for rural services in the competitive scoring processes. So the legislature cares about rural versus urban services here. So the first two columns, after columns 2 and 3, are about HP2, and the final 2 are about HP3. So if we're looking at columns 2 and 3, where it says HP2 needs addressed, there's a column for formula, there's a column for competitive. I just wanted to point out that for HP2, I believe, definitely for HP3, and then as you now know for HP4, there was a preference for rural in the competitive grant process. For HP2 and 3 both, there actually was a higher rate just looking at like the percentage of that grants HP needs addressed, higher rate of services to rural California with the formula grants than the competitive grants by a little bit. My theory there is when competitive and formula grants are both on the table, and unless a program wants both, they'll always apply for the formula because it's the easier one to get. They're statutorily entitled to it as long as they submit a qualifying project and it has, the deliverables are sufficient. And so a lot of them went for formula. And I think, they got the formula, as Jim was actually saying this, like CRLA, California Rural Legal Assistance for HP3, we think, just went for the formula grant, not the competitive, because it was so much money for them. So a lot of programs did that. And that's why, notwithstanding the competitive preference for rural, that's why I think the percents are just a tiny bit higher on formulas. That's the first one they go for. It's the lower hanging fruit. And then looking through the rest of the table, going down, the categories rural, rural, urban, urban, rural, and urban, they come from a 2019. So maybe starting to feel a little dated now, but it's still the most recent one, I think. Access to Justice Commission report that categorized each county in California according to one of these 4 labels. And even though there are lots of counties that are not purely urban or purely rural, or even, that, and then where's the line between rural-urban and urban-rural, it had a methodology. It leaned on medical service study area data. And it was a widely appreciated report by public policymakers and legal aid stakeholders. So we felt safe using it. And it did categorize each county in a sort of methodical way as one or the other. So we used that. Yeah, Jim, great. I think, did you work on this report, Jim? You're on mute.
Yeah, I collected the data for it and I was on the report, but I just want to point out that the Fresno County in California has the most rural poor, according to MSSAs, yet they have even more urban poor. So Fresno County, which a lot of people think of as kind of rural, it's an urban rural county classification. And just to point out, in that category, there are more rural poor than there are in the rural poor counties only. So because they just have more people.
Thank you, Jim. That's really helpful. And I'm so glad that we have an expert on the commission that actually knows about this particular commission report. The written reports for HP2 and HP3 actually have the link, I think, to the report. So you can actually pull up the Access to Justice Commission's 2019 report and read it if you want. In the appendix, it lists every county by its label, rural all the way to urban. So it gets more detailed if you're actually like, I wonder if, do I like this approach? The written report that we'll send you as soon as it's available, you can kind of drill into it. Unsurprisingly, though, most legal aid beneficiaries, ultimate recipients of these direct legal services, are in urban, rural, and urban California, because that's just where most Californians live. Okay. Jim, you still have your hand up. I don't know if it was a new thing or if it was your old one. Okay. So it's incredibly laborious for grantees to report this and for staff to analyze it, but it is quite the trove of data. We get zip code, or at least county level geographic data, racial, ethnic data, gender data, veteran status, disability status, limited English proficiency status, et cetera, age data at the main benefit, the outcome level, the homelessness prevention legal need addressed level for the HP grants. It's very time consuming for grantees to report this, and for us to analyze it. But once we're done analyzing it, it's quite cool to be able, we can run, I just want you all to know that we can do this if we need to. We can run, like, if you want to say like evictions prevented, I want to know that, along geographic lines, racial, ethnic lines, gender lines, et cetera, we can do that at the main benefit outcome level. This presentation, I didn't have time for that. So what we have is just kind of the top line data here. So the homelessness prevention legal needs addressed by gender for HP2 and HP3, you can see we put the number of data points there. So again, HP2, as a reminder, is 1 year in out of 3, 12 months. HP3 is 6 to 7 months in out of 36 months. So you can see the gender is actually pretty similar. I'm personally unsure if I should be surprised or unsurprised. I kind of take reassurance in that it's consistent. Most clients looking at outcomes is about 66% identify as female. The client says how they identify. 33% male. For HP2, we had enough unknowns that it actually came up to 1%. For HP3, it was so far under percent. It's not really. Oh, actually, unknown is on here. Sorry, it's for race that it basically didn't show up. But it's very consistent. Males 35, female 64. For race ethnicity, a little, not quite as close, but still pretty close. So Asian Pacific Islander from HP2 is 9%, kind of drops for HP3 a little bit. Black, not Hispanic origin is 19% versus 17. I'll say HP2 first, then I'll say HP3. Hispanic Latinos 27 versus 31. Native Americans the same, 1 and 1. Multiple races, ethnicities is 2. Other jumped up for HP3. Which just means other was just the catch-all. It wasn't otherwise listed. Unknown was about the same, and then clients that identify as white, 34% for HP2, 32% for HP3. I take some reassurance in that it's consistent. I would wonder if it was like super different. I would wonder why, but I wouldn't know the reason. So I like that it's close. So homelessness prevention, legal needs addressed. Again, turning client relationship services by age. For HP2. About 62% are adults 18 to 59 years old. For HP3, it's 63%. It's basically the same. Children was under 1% for HP2. It kind of jumps up a tiny bit to 2% for HP3. And seniors was 36 and 35. So it's about the same. I didn't do pie charts for this one. We could have done pie charts, but it's just we can also break it out by clients that identify as having a disability, clients that identify as, or in this case, with this one, we would probably let the grantee make this determination, but limited English proficiency and clients who say they're veterans. For this one, we have the, because it wasn't a pie chart, I threw in the column here from the written report that has a comparison data point for the state of California. Yeah, Jim.
I just want to point out that the percent of population, California population, is total California population, not total poor California population.
Thank you. I was going to say, I can't, like, I'd have to go back and pull the written report if someone asked me that question, because in the footnotes, we actually cite to any comparison points we gave, but I'm glad that you remember. So clients, and I do think, yeah, that sounds correct to me. So clients with a disability, 36% identify, which is, I think this is a very high number, so we triple checked it. But for HP2, 36% of clients identify as having disability. For HP3, it was 45. And that's well above the data point that we decided to use from the CDC for California's population. This row of the table, there's so many different sources of data about the number of Californians who have a disability, depending on which agency's data you want to use and how they define it. We ended up going with a CDC definition because it was rather broad and inclusive. And because our general approach for the grantee reporting is we allow them to just like ask the client, do identify as having. So it's a rather broad and inclusive approach. So that's why we went with the CDC as opposed to electing like a much narrower scientific definition. Like, for instance, we didn't want to use the Social Security Administration's definition for the purposes of like public benefits, because that's designed to keep the door somewhat closed. Clients with limited English proficiency, we got that one from the Census Bureau, but it was the same for the first year of HP2 and the first 7 months of HP3, 15%, close to the California data point. And then veterans was about the same. Was the same for HP2 and HP3 and really close to the California data point. We just pulled that one from the Department of Veterans Affairs. Jim, I'm sorry, I don't know if you raised your hand again or if you wanted to. Okay. Area of law. So I mentioned that the budget acts do allow explicitly some work in other areas of law that clearly contemplates housing law. It wants to see a lot of eviction prevention type work, but it does say public benefits work is also homelessness prevention work, as is some domestic violence work. So we do ask about other areas of law, and I just wanted to give you a sense of what other areas of law are appearing. So the first row, housing, is the main area of law. Most attorney-client relationship, HP2 and 3 funded attorney-client relationship matters. are in housing. But you can see income maintenance is like the next most prevalent. The consumer finance is, I suppose, unsurprising. And then at the bottom with miscellaneous, this is actually a category of outcome codes that already existed in the Legal Aid Reporting Handbook. We have a list, we just call the miscellaneous codes. They're more like access to justice-y codes. So in the written report, you can see those listed out, but it was okay to pick from that list. So depth of service, attorney-client relationships, again, for HP2, 59% of those needs addressed were the highest level of service was counsel and advice. About 19%, right, about 1/5 was limited action. This is more or less an order of like depth of service. As you go down the table, it becomes a greater depth. 4% for settlements without litigation, 7% with litigation, agency decision, court decision, and then extensive services was like the final catch-all at the bottom. It was like kind of full scope representation, but not otherwise captured. And then these have definitions. And then HP3, similar, mostly counsel and advice was the highest level of service, then limited action all the way down. I think these are my last two slides. So everything up until now has been attorney-client relationship services. So we do ask though, okay, so for everything else you do where there was no legal advice up or above was provided, tell us about your like non-attorney-client relationship work. And we give them these categories: pro-per clinics, workshops, trainings, outreach events, and hotline calls. Hotline calls didn't appear on this table, but I had it on the first slide. You can see it's mostly they report it by area of law. It's mostly in housing law. There was some domestic violence where they work in HP2, a little bit of employment, a little bit of income maintenance. There were I think there may have been some other areas of law, but the numbers were so low, I just rolled them up into the other row. So if they had there may have been like a little bit in disability rights, a little bit in immigration, but the numbers were so small, I bundled them and put them in the bottom row. And then I'll show you HP3. Similar, housing is the biggest. Employment is in both of these tables. Domestic violence work wasn't large enough in HP3 so far in the first to 6-7 months, so I left it off. It appears in the other column at the row at the bottom, but health and long-term care felt significant, so I broke that one out, and income maintenance is in both. So I'll stop sharing my screen unless anyone wanted me to tab back to a slide. Anyway, I wanted to take like a little bit of time. Oh, I'll stop sharing my screen. I wanted to like take my time with this because this is the first report back moment. Like this is the data you'll see in written form very soon. And now you have it. You got a preview of like what the world will see in like the next 2 weeks.
Thanks, Chris. I do want to open it up to the committee. That was a lot of information, and I think actually just by saying that, the main point is that we have a lot of information to go through and parse, to think creatively about, and a lot of this is going to end up coming back to the commission in some fashion, I think, when we consider particular policies as well as policies to advocate at the legislative level about. But I want to see if any commissioners have questions or comments to Chris about some of the findings or some of the non-findings, as the case may be. Okay. Tuan?
I just want to add, when you take a look at the report, when Chris sends it to you in a few weeks, the appendix has a wealth of information. A lot of that data is broken down by programs there. One thing that we'd love to kind of get your feedback on is how to be a little bit more strategic, because there's so much information, and how to make this a little bit more accessible. So Chris is going to be doing this webinar to our grantees so that they have this information too. But at some point, we do really want to brainstorm with the commission on how to bring kind of visibility to the data, and how to have the data kind of drive some policy making decisions. So one thought is like curating the data, putting on the statewide website. Crystal, who you met earlier, who does partnership grants, she's the lead in our office around evaluation. So she will be developing kind of a project proposal to bring forward to the commission on what we'd like to do with the data, but just something to think through once you're reading the report on how this could be a little bit more public facing.
You know, Dwan, I know it'll go onto the State Bar's website, but it does seem to me that this is data that might well be useful for policymakers across in other states also, and in the legal services communities in other states. And I know that we're tied in with a lot of those working groups on a sort of a national scale. And so I think when this sort of achieves its final form and the raw data is part of these appendices, then that information might be quite useful to legal services organizations outside of California as well. So it's sort of an added benefit to the collection of all this data. Anyway, well, I'm looking forward to, the final reports. And again, I do think there's an opportunity to look at some of this with fresh eyes, which commissioners can do. I don't think you need long-standing expertise in either data analysis to ask questions that might also inspire others. I mean, obviously we have experts here in the social sciences. Jim Meeker, I'm looking at you. So, parsing data is a skill, but I will say, I think, it may inspire many of us to just ask questions about what data we have, what data we could use still, and where we could apply this. So, okay.
Just one more thing to add. Also, as you can see from Chris's presentation, it's really technical data. So we have struggled to try to explain it so like a non-attorney can understand it, or so you can understand in a soundbite. So while you're reading through that, if there are ideas or if you have the questions, that's really helpful to us. Feedback.
Yeah, it's a big project. Chris, you mentioned, that it's laborious to get through, and I appreciate that. And it is part of the task. I mean, one big picture consideration especially for the new commissioners, as this data comes back, but really more as the money has flowed to the commission to oversee, I think there is just a modern push to understand where returns on investment, so to speak, are maximized. And in that respect, data like this really offers an opportunity for us to make the case for legal aid in solving certain problems and addressing and making the courts more efficient, making the legal services experience more efficient. And it just has really potential far-reaching consequences and considerations. So I appreciate how much work has gone into it already, and also just recognize that we will all have a role to play, and I hope everybody's as active as they possibly can be in looking over that data. So thank you, Chris. More to come, TBC on that. Will.
To follow up on your remarks right there, I will be glad to make the comments and respond to the data when it comes out. But should there be a more formalized process or clear action items for the commission as a whole to make sure that this data is actioned, or is that for a later time? Because I agree it's important, and how do we use it in a way that moves the cause of legal access forward?
So I think the answer to your question is yes to both of your questions. So yes, there will be further action required in the future, and yes, there will be something more formal. I think right now there's nothing specific for us to sort of address and respond to formally. This is a sort of a preview of coming attractions, but I take your point, and I think that's right, that whether it's a working group or whether it's the HP committees actually trying to figure out what to do, or whether this is something that we do in partnership with Selena and Black, on a bigger scale, it remains to be seen. But yes, and yes. Jim.
Yeah, just to respond partially to that I have been actively attending the HP and EAF evaluation committees that have been working on grappling with a lot of this data and whether or not what the unit of analysis is and what the appropriate comparison data are. So there has been some minor, at least at this point, commission input to the data and how they've been analyzed.
All right. Thanks again. Let's swing down to 5.4, which I think is what we heard from Mr. Ocampo about before, as well as we've had a couple commissioners ask. So I'm going to hand this back over to Jennifer to pick that up. Chris, yeah, I don't know who's sharing screen. Okay, we're back.
Okay, so yes, this is item 5.4, approve Homelessness Prevention Funds Committee recommendation regarding Advancing Justice Asian Law Caucus's HP2 Formula Award. So to give some background, Advancing Justice Asian Law Caucus has yet to spend its 3-year HP2 formula grant, which was for $251,271 as of this September, which was about 21 months into the 36-month grant period. On November 2nd, staff asked AJALC to submit a spending plan by November 11th. Advancing Justice Asian Law Caucus submitted a plan that was only 5 sentences and emphasized hiring in January and March of 2023, which is the final year of the grants. Furthermore, the plan lacked any financial details, such as a budget, about how the program would spend the entire award in about 1 year. Staff therefore invited Advancing Justice Asian Law Caucus to provide additional information, if it could, before the HP Fund Committee meeting on December 1st. Advancing Justice Asian Law Caucus provided a revised budget on November 30th, 2022. This revised budget indicates that they planned to use the vast majority of their 3 years of funding to support staff, including hiring 2 additional lawyers and 2 additional community advocates for the last year of the grant. This proposal raises important practical and policy considerations, namely for an organization that reported staff attrition and difficulties hiring. How feasible is it to hire several staff between now and March 1st, 2023? Second, the budget obviously deviates considerably from their original proposal and deliverables. With this in mind, a few more questions need to be asked. What is the best use of the funding? What will do the most good? And what is fair to Advancing Justice Asian Law Caucus and to other grantees? The HP Funds Committee discussed this issue as well as several possible resolutions, including requiring Asian Law Caucus to return the funds from either year 1 or from years 1 and 2, or allowing Asian Law Caucus to try to hire the 4 staff positions they articulated in their new budget by the March 1st, 2023 HP Funds Committee meeting. If the committee had moved forward with that option, Asian Law Caucus would have had to demonstrate that they hired the necessary staff and could therefore stay on track with their new grant budget. However, if they hadn't been able to hire for those positions, the committee could then have required Asian Law Caucus to return the funds from either year 1 or from years 1 and 2. Ultimately, however, the committee did not pursue either of these resolutions. Instead, the committee recommended requiring Asian Law Caucus to return the first 2 years' funding and to withhold the 3rd year of funding. This resolution was made in order to redistribute the funds in the most effective manner. And this is the proposed resolution, which reads, resolved that the Legal Services Trust Fund Commission requires Asian Americans Advancing Justice Asian Law Caucus to return their first 2 installments of its 2021 to 2023 Homelessness Prevention HP2 Formula Award, which is $167,514 of $251,271, and that it not receive its third installment due to failure to begin spending its grant as of December 1, 2022.
Jennifer, can
Okay,
I
thank
add a
you,
little bit more
Jennifer.
context to that?
Yes.
I think the committee also struggled with giving them opportunity and then they decided to ask for the funds back, and partly because this is time limited funding. So they thought if they retrieve the funding now, we would have a greater shot of distribution and that would be spent by other programs. So that was part of the calculus.
Yeah, and just a way in terms of structuring this conversation. So we've heard from Mr. Ocampo at the beginning of the meeting, and right now I'd like to just make sure I'd like commissioners that have questions or who have questions to sort of start with any staff questions that you have before we move past that. So if there's any questions for anybody on staff, let me start commissioners asking staff questions. And Will, you can go first.
Thank you. I just wanted to understand the redistribution. Those would just go to current grantees, or who does that money go to and how?
Jennifer, yeah, go ahead, or Chris, either way.
Since in this, obviously, Dwan or Brady, if this doesn't sound right, just say so. Because this was a HP2 formula grant, I think the default in these situations is you have to go back and redistribute it according to the original statutory process. So for what we would go back to it would be as though they had never applied for a formula grant. You'd go back to all the other HP2 formula grantees, and they would get a slight share of this award, as though ALC wasn't one of the original recipients.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I think that was actually slightly different than what we had discussed last time.
Oh, great, perfect. I defer to Jennifer.
We checked with Brady, so
Yeah.
Brady's analysis,
Yeah.
Jennifer, and I can't, if you can recall it.
I think it was actually the opposite, and that we would go back to all of the HP2 formula recipients, ask who was interested in receiving further funding, take away any organizations who were not interested in participating, and then rerun the formula for those recipients who were interested and see what further allocations they would all receive.
Yeah, I was going to clarify.
That's better than what
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's the opposite. I'd say it would remain a formula funding system with the option of prior grantees the ability to decline funding, which would obviate the need to then reclaim that money from uninterested recipients. Jason, go ahead with any questions for staff.
Yeah, so this might be a multi-phase question. We'll start with the first part, which is how long does staff think or contemplate it would take to go from a resolution passed by the commission to assessing those recipients who might be interested in receiving these enhanced funds, to evaluating who gets how much, and then how long would they have to be able to spend it to meet the criteria which justifies pulling back the funds in the first place?
I can address the first and third pretty quickly, which is it wouldn't change any deadlines for when the money has to be spent. The formula itself is fairly easy to execute on, and then staff, so I don't think it's laborious, and then staff in terms of communicating with those formula grantees, you'll have a better estimate than me on that, but not that long is what I would guess, but go ahead.
We probably need the month of, because we're running to the holidays, to kind of sort this out in January. But I do think it's not laborious to rerun the formula. So it's an email out to programs who wants to opt in, we'll run the formula. What would take a little bit more work, and what Brady's already said that he could do, is we would have to modify a grant agreement, send out modified grant agreements for this extra piece of funding, but it's doable.
So at best, we're talking about the viability of new formula recipients or existing formula recipients to expend these dollars additional dollars within a 5-month period or less. Is that
When does
right?
HP2 end, Chris, Jennifer? Is it-
I'm
I
just
don't-
assuming fiscal year, which may be, not the
Mm.
right year. It might be a grant year. It's different.
It's the end of the calendar year, actually.
Yeah, I thought Chris's comment earlier was close of 2023, so they'd end up with, close to a year, 11 months potentially.
11 months-ish.
There are
Okay.
enough other HP2 formula grantees that even if some opt out of receiving supplemental funding, they could there'd probably be enough who could spend it down by December 31st.
Catherine?
So I have a couple questions. One was similar to Jason. So it seems to me that by the time, because you have to rerun the formula because it's not the same formula if people opt out. It's going to be different percentages based on who's left, I think, right?
Mhm.
So by the time you do that and you do the grant agreements, it strikes me it could be sort of March by which people would actually have the money to spend. And programs are going to have to decide if they have enough existing staff to spend the money, or whether they're going to be in the same place that the current grantee is. But I guess my other question is the point that was made is that this is an organization that serves an underserved client group of Asian Pacific Islanders, and that's the population that's going to be hurt. So is there a mechanism by which, if this were to be redistributed, it can focus on the original client population, or each program, because they get money, just gets to decide how they're going to spend it?
I don't think we could encumber the funds in a way that would earmark it for that particular population. No, I don't see that really being an option.
Okay, and then my other question is, it looks like Staff First had communication with this program in November. So roughly 2 years into the grant that they had, was I missing something that, because if they weren't spending the grant, it seems like they would have had communication.
It was
before
earlier than that. So maybe Kristen and Alexa can speak to the facts. How we discovered it, though, I'll give you a little bit more background, and then Kristen and Alexa can fill in, is we reviewed the expenditures report from the first year. There's also a programs report that the expenditures report reported 0 spend down, but there was services that were reported. So it was a mixed match, right? They had served clients, but they didn't have to spend any money. So then the staff went back to kind of ask for clarification. At that point, they realized that it was an error in reporting the services, but in fact, they had not spent any money. And then Chris, maybe from there you could fill in.
And so when was that? That was in when?
So the HP2 grant has annual reporting. So they filed their report on year 1, and I think it was due like April 8th of 2022. So all the way back in April. So it was a while ago. And the first pass to see how everyone was doing, like Dawn was just saying, focused on service cases closed. Were you providing services?
Yeah.
And they had put that they were closing cases. That was a mistake. They have since had to revise it to zero out their work because they were not using HP2 dollars to do anything. But they kind of cleared the first pass staff review because we took for granted that the numbers were right. And then when we were doing a second pass over the summer, late summer, of their spending reports to provide TA on over or under spending, we saw that the spending table was zeros all the way down. Originally, we reached out to them because we thought it was a mistake because they reported doing work. We're like, oh, did your fiscal team maybe forget to complete the expenditures table? And that's where we discovered, no, they actually hadn't spent anything. They'd reported services that they were using other dollars for. So they had to revise that. So they had to clear out the services and that the spending table was actually correct. So it did get caught in a sweep of expenditure reports, but we started with a sweep of services provided reports. So that's why there was a lag.
And do they provide most, I don't know, my recollection is we used to provide quarterly expenditure reports.
So that's what we do for IOLTA and EAF, and
But
we also do that for HP3, but for HP2 it was annual.
Same with 1. Angie?
Thanks. So is this, I'm obviously new to the commission, so I could look it up, but it's easier to ask. Has this group gotten other grants from other funding pots in the past? And if so, have they done okay with that money? Or is this like a, well, I guess I'm asking, is it a one-time thing, or they're just kind of like floundering?
I'm gonna invite staff to help respond to that. I want to be really clear because I think this also addresses some of the comments that Mr. Ocampo made earlier in the meeting. I would just say this does not, in my view, serve as an indictment of the organization or its work. I don't think commissioners should take it as such. And I think generally we have, at least in my experience, have had favorable experiences and certainly believe they do good work. So to me, this is not a bigger picture indictment, but having said that, go ahead, Dwan. I know they have had some staffing issues, which he alluded to in his comments, but go ahead, Dwan.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify because I think there's an impression from the organization and Mr. Ocampo, who made the public comments, that this is a staff recommendation. The recommendations that's coming before you right now is from the committee. So it would be helpful, maybe committee members can chime in because it was shaped at the committee level and not at the staff level.
Yeah, and so I'm going to ask the committee members who were there to sort of comment. I'll wait till the end to share my own comments on that. Go ahead, Jim.
No, I was just surprised to find it, but just like working on the rules on the issues of carry forwards and stuff like that, it seems to me that no criticism of the organization, but this really ought to be reallocated to those programs who can use it and will use it in a timely fashion.
Any other member of the committee want to say anything? I can't see hands because the resolution's up, but on my screen. Okay, I don't see any other. Erica, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, and then I'll.
So I'm not on the committee, so this is more of a question. Sorry.
Okay. That's okay.
But for the committee members, one thing, to Jim's point, he and I are working on this kind of carryovers budget modification issue, and we're trying to create sort of a way to give notice on this. I mean, one question I have is like, what are our grounds for taking this money back? Is that like from the grant agreement, or, and I don't know, Dwan, you're nodding.
Yeah, the grant agreement has a provision that allows us to capture if it's not, spent in the way it's said it's spent, and they haven't spent any funds. I think this is part of like, I don't want to speak on behalf of the committee, but my sentiment is that it felt egregious that we're almost 2 years into a 3-year grant and not a dollar had been spent, and that if we wait until March, that then at that point, if then it hasn't been spent, and then we go to distribute, it'll cut into timing had it been reallocated earlier.
Sure, right. Okay, I just wanted to make sure, and you guys might have said this, I apologize if you'd already said it was in the grant agreement, but I just want to make sure we
no, I don't think we said it, but it is the grant agreement.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we had like authority to do this and aren't acting in a way that's a little bit without notice in some ways. So
this is Joe Lee. If I could just ask a question with apology if this was covered earlier. I've been doing yeah. So is the organization anticipating, are they aware that this request is coming, and do we plan to give them a heads up? And do we think that this money, are we confident this money is sitting in an account and they'll be able to cut this check?
So it's not final until you all vote for it, but after the committee meeting, we did email the organization to let them know that the commission was considering it. And we said that they are welcome to come and provide public comments as they did at the beginning of this meeting. And so we informed them, but obviously it's not final until you all vote.
Well, of course, but all right. And okay. And so in other words, they were invited to comment at this meeting today.
And I think you came on a little bit late, Joe, because they came at the beginning of the meeting, and I don't believe you're still here, but.
Right.
Yeah.
I did come on late. I was actually chairing a board meeting of an organization that I had to recuse about earlier. So I apologize for that. All right. Well, thanks for the explanation. This is, it's a great organization. So I hate to see the necessity of this, but I do think it's the right step forward in light of the facts.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go Jason, Will, Selena.
I defer to Will first because he was first.
Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't show my order, but go ahead.
I'm trying to help.
There'll be short questions. One, how many other organizations in HB2 formula? How many organizations would it be redistributed to?
I'll look that
Well,
up
we don't
for you,
know who will say yes, but in terms of the universe of other HP2 organizations, Chris, do you have that number?
I can find it in about 30
Sure.
seconds. It's like 70-ish,
Yeah.
but I'll just look it up for you.
I was going to say, yeah, between 50 and 75, but okay.
And then the second follow-up, would it be appropriate to hear from Mr. Ocampo regarding everything that's been alleged here and allow him a chance to respond?
Yeah, that's my plan. I wanted to get the staff questions out of the way.
Sorry for jumping. Good.
It's okay. That's okay. Jason, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm kind of on a similar wavelength to Will's last point. This is less of a question, more of a comment, I guess. But I know there's a contract language that says that this can happen, but I'm a little concerned about to what extent, there's a semblance of due process and how it was navigated. Did they have a chance to respond? Did we try to work through, potential amendments to existing contracts or whatever? Or is it like, hey, we noticed this isn't happening and now it's going to committee and the commission, and that without having read the contract language, because that's my background, so I'm a little bit biased in that sense. Like, I'm a little concerned in pulling the rug out from under him. I understand the situation, and I appreciate that we need to act soon, but to facilitate the money getting spent. But I'm concerned about timing, and I would want to hear more information about the details of what has been done and the timelines of that to make me feel comfortable.
Selena?
Well, I think in line with what Jason just said, I think this is a good framework for us, for this body, not me, y'all, to think about how this will happen again because of the recruitment retention crisis generally, that a lot of organizations have stressed that they've had difficulty hiring, which has impacted especially year one of 3-year grants, which I think this has impacted, the organizations who are applying for HP4s because it's hard to hire in the beginning. And I think that this is a significant financial impact to an organization that everyone agrees does fantastic work, and there may be a different solution that may work, but I do think that this is a good opportunity to think forward, like what will happen next time, what will be communicated to organizations, and when, especially around when there are significantly large grant amounts that organizations might not be able to spend, and whether or not there are deadlines for a budget modification to spend more in year 2 or year 3.
So, Shannon, go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to mention that Paulo Campo is no longer on the line.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, let me address a couple things, and then Chris, I don't know if you have sort of a more administrative piece of background information that would be. Oh, go ahead, fast to share, just to.
Well, the fast thing I was going to share is I just looked it up, and there's 71 formula grants, so it would become 70 without ALC at 70, and then programs could further opt out. And then if helpful, I'll save it until Chris, your don't piece is I think I can shine some light on some of the conversations we had with them earlier in the fall. They were like, it's not in writing, and I wish Paul was here to confirm or deny it, but I can do my what I remember about their explanations for what happened. And he spoke about them in his public comment, but I'll save that if there's time and if helpful.
Well, so I guess I just want to share a couple of other observations from the committee and just overall for new commissioners in particular. So many of the questions that you're raising here are questions that were presented in the committee hearing, and we did discuss them. And I would just reiterate what Juan said, which is that staff, they did not present a recommendation, but suggested that the committee actually needed to bring a proposal to the full commission. Big picture, a few points. Number one, as I said, I don't think we should read more into this specific decision about this organization. So I don't think commissioners would be correct in assuming that what happened here is in some way an indictment of either the work that the organization is doing or of the organization itself. That said, this is an example of a weighty decision that the full commission typically has to make. And they do arise irregularly. And they do arise irregularly in part because the organizations that are funded and the commission staff work very closely and are in frequent contact and work very well together. And I would describe the relationship as both collaborative and cooperative and not contentious. I don't think there's a reticence on the part of organizations to communicate with staff. We've certainly received many budget carryover requests in the past. The more serious ones are elevated to the full commission. So this is not a situation in which we have an unresponsive staff or a lack of familiarity between staff, the work of the organizations, and this organization specifically. To Selena's point, I do think there is sort of an illustrative example of a problem that the community is facing more generally, which is it's hard to hire and put into place the staff that are expected to then spend this money. So it's emblematic, perhaps, but it's also almost beside the point because we're actually confronted with a fiscal decision. The committee, without necessarily meaning to speak for anybody else that was there, I think struggled with this and, didn't take the recommendation lightly at all. I mean, our view in the past, and again, this is something I'd say to the new commissioners in particular, our view in the past has been to be very forgiving and to recognize the very real world reality that these organizations face. So in my view, that is our default setting. We have generally been forgiving. In this particular instance, I think all of us were really troubled by the fact that no money had been spent and it had been a 2-year period. So setting aside, the crisis affecting the broader community, setting aside the sort of snafu with the reporting over the summer, there's no money out the door. And my understanding, we asked this question at the committee level, is that the money is sitting there. So it's not money that has been spent elsewhere. There's no, claim or allegation of misfeasance or anything like that. So it would just come back. The decision that we're confronted with is, in my view, is this organization right now in the best position to spend this money? And I can only speak for myself here, and I sort of reached the conclusion, unfortunately, but felt that it was not in a better position to spend this money than other grantees that were already actively spending the money. And part of that is precisely the problem that's affecting all these organizations, which is it's hard to hire staff. So spending 3 years of money in 1 year, or even 1 year of money in less than 1 year, seemed too tall an order. And that's why I reached my conclusion. And I guess just the last point I'll make is we have in my view, an obligation to maintain our eye on the prize, which is our core constituency are the indigent Californians that are accessing legal services. We achieve our job by keeping them in mind and recognizing that we are a trust handing this money over through organizations that are boots on the ground. That is a fiscal responsibility that we have. We have that fiduciary duty. And like I said, these decisions arise irregularly at the board. I'm not concerned. I have a general concern that Jason expressed, which is about due process, but I don't think it's an issue here. Or at least I've resolved that issue in my own head. And to me, this comes down to, a tough decision about being a fiduciary. Erica, then Jason.
Thanks, Chris, and I appreciate you giving some context to your decision making. I guess I have a question and then just kind of a comment. My question is, and again, I apologize if this was covered and I just missed it, but did the organization reach out to staff anywhere along the line about their problems with hiring or their issues with spending down in the first year?
I can answer that. They didn't. And our office had to be the one to discover that they weren't. We had to bring it to their attention that they weren't spending down. We saw it, even though they filled out the report. It wasn't until we asked about it that they internally looked into it and then realized that they weren't spending the grant.
And did they? I've heard the concerns about sort of hiring and stuff, but did they give an explanation as to why there wasn't sort of earlier communication?
So I have a nice, they submitted a nice like written explanation to us earlier in the fall, and I can read from it. But what from our conversation with them, I can just report. I literally wish Paul was here. But I can just report from my memory. The impression, and Alexa was there, said, if Alexa, this sounds wrong to you, feel free to say that, that they weren't tracking this grant. And so they didn't even think to reach out because it wasn't on their radar. And you might think, well, they submitted a spending report. So why at that moment that they hit the submit button on like $0 spent, was that not their own alarm bell to say something to us? Why did we have to follow up with them? And we did ask them about that. And I think their explanation was something like, we have been transitioning to a new grants management system. The person who completed that report wasn't trained to say something to the director overseeing the services. It wasn't brought to the ED's attention. Paul is like, I think newer there, but now it's he would have caught that if he had been there at the time. Like they had a good explanation, but it was sort of like failure of training, failure of grant tracking. The person submitting the report wasn't talking to the person filling out the spending data, wasn't talking to the person who was submitting the services numbers about how the fund, why the two things weren't lining up. And so we had to have a hard conversation with them about like, well, how do you train your staff? And what is your grants management platform? Because they've transitioned over to a new one now. So I don't think they caught it.
Yeah, but I want to sort of, to me, that's sort of a separate issue because this is time limited money. And I think like, again, whatever sort of history that we have as a commission of being forgiving with budget carryover requests, it's typically not associated with money that has to be out the door or it goes back. So that affected at least my thinking. And Eric, I don't know if you had anything else, otherwise I'll go to Jason and then Catherine.
The only last comment I make is like on the due process point, I'll just note, like, they had noticed there's been two hearings essentially on this, then an opportunity to like discuss. So I'm just saying, like, there has been an opportunity to kind of make a presentation on it. That I'm not saying that necessarily means it's adequate, but I don't think we're doing this like in the dark, with no opportunity for them to be heard on the due process point. So anyway, that's my last part. Thank you.
Jason, then Catherine, or
So-
Catherine and then Jason. Sorry.
Catherine, I think, is in front of me, just judging by my own screen. So I'm going to let Catherine.
All right, I can't totally tell, but go ahead, Catherine.
Either way is okay with me. I guess, so the things I don't know are, have they begun to hire staff, and do they have capacity to spend any of this money? I mean, he was speaking, as I recollect this morning, without understanding this, is you're now going to leave us in a very difficult place because we're not going to have money and we gave up other grants, etc. So I guess, did the committee consider a scenario where, like, right now it's written as they have to return 167,000 and they're not going to get their next two tranches of money or something like that. But I don't know that it's outside the realm of possibility that they could spend some of the money, if not all of the 251,000. And a scenario might be to say, you know what, like, if you now can tell us you've hired staff, we're confident that in the remaining year of the grant, you could spend, half of the money that we originally gave you, and we're going to redistribute the rest of it, which I think feels fair to me, at least, to know whether they've hired staff and whether they can meet the deliverables and target the funds to this very specific population, as opposed to just saying, we don't have any confidence in you because we don't have any confidence in your ability to spend any of this money, and therefore we're going to redistribute all of it. So that's at least where my head is at the moment, in terms of trying to think about a way to work through this that recognizes the unique services they provide and the need to carry out our fiduciary obligation to make sure that the money's spent.
We asked them for a spend down plan, and they did submit something, right, Alexa, before the Thanksgiving break?
Yeah, they did. So the spend down that included actual, like a budget with it, was submitted the day before the commission meeting on November 30th, and it did total out, like Jennifer had mentioned, that they'd be hiring 4 new staff members to carry out the rest of this project for the remainder of the grant period. And they were not going to begin that hiring process as they illustrated in that the initial spend down proposal that they gave with the 4 bullet points, and the additional one that they submitted, that they would not begin hiring until January and continue, and wouldn't ultimately finish until as late as March 2023, which gave us concern into how feasible is it for them to hire, given the short turnaround time and the grant ending in December.
Yeah, and I didn't hear Paul say today that they had hired anybody. Jason, go ahead, and then Jim.
He didn't say
go
anything
ahead,
one way or
Catherine.
the other, I don't think.
I mean, I'm glad to hear that they did submit a spend down plan. I am concerned, kind of to the chair's point about the fiduciary duty issue, that in having that fiduciary duty, that fiduciary duty doesn't manifest so late and only so late. It's consistent throughout the process. And if there were concerns a year into a 3-year grant period that this was present, it seems like the spend down plan and discussions related thereto should have been initiated at that point, which would mean that, there would have been ample opportunity to discuss how this could be adjusted to reallocate it, as opposed to feeling pressure to make a decision, to make sure the money gets spent towards the end of the grant period. And I'm concerned that in the absence of effectively deploying our duty in that respect, that the only option we have available now, or the option available now, is to rescind awards that were already granted to a organization that has apparently otherwise been very effective at providing services to our the constituency that we're intended to fund services to. So it leaves me quite concerned, kind of the pickle we're in collectively. And I do wish, to the point earlier, that if, regardless of how this resolution goes, that we come up with some process by which we are identifying and attempting to work through these issues with these organizations in advance, so that we're not as pressed, and that there are ample opportunities to discuss potential paths to resolution with them, with ample time to consider them, and that this type of resolution be a path of last resort.
Yeah, I'll go from Jim to Dwan. Just briefly, I'll just say, I know in my experience, the decision that comes to the commission always feels time pressed, because it always gets to the point where we are at a decision point. That decision point in this particular instance actually has a spend date in the future, which some of our other decisions do not. But typically when it bubbles up to the commission, there is some sort of time pressure associated with it. Jim, and then Dwan.
Just 2 points. One is that the Rules Committee subcommittee is trying to deal with this issue of budget modification versus carryovers and how to handle the multiple year grants, so that hopefully we could catch these things earlier. Although at the end of the first year, it was brought to their attention that they were not reporting correctly. Yeah. And I'm worried about our fiduciary responsibility to all the organizations as a whole. If we start handing money back to the state legislature, especially given the current budget situation, we're not likely to get more of these grants in the future, that we're not managing how we're allocating these monies to make sure that they're spent. So I don't have as much sympathy for the organization as perhaps some of the others. And I think that I support the proposal.
Dwan.
I was going to say, there's some structural things I think the staff can do, and we can explore, and perhaps reviewing things a little bit earlier. I don't know in this instance it would have made a difference. Like Chris said, we caught this earlier in the year. We've had conversations with them throughout the year. Alexa had asked them for even the spend down as an example. I think they had missed like 2 deadlines, and then they finally got it to us. And then it felt very crunched to the committee and now to the commission level. So some of this, we could have maybe sped up a little bit, but some of this was totally out of the staff's control. We gave them a lot of opportunities, a lot of technical assistance, a lot of opportunities to give us more information. And it took a lot of time for Alexa and Chris to work with them. And that's a piece that Chris and Alexa haven't said, but I'll say on their behalf.
Yeah, I want to say to Jason, yes, and. So there's no but in your comments, that improving processes and pushing up notice and dialogue with these organizations should always be our goal. So I wholeheartedly agree with that. And I would say, I'm not sure that really didn't occur here, number one. And then number two, I mean, we are a partner in that respect, and they do have responsibilities that I think they've acknowledged they didn't sort of meet their end of things. So I'm going to start to wrap this up. We have one more item on the agenda and we will take a vote, but I'm going to run through these final comments. So I have Chris, Brady, Catherine, Will.
If it's okay, Chris, I'll let Catherine, Will, and Brady go first, because I've kind of said my piece, but if there's time at the end, I'll say a thing.
Brady, Catherine.
2 things. So I was jumped over from another meeting. So because I understand there was a question, maybe there isn't anymore. So I wanted to make myself available for that. But just based on what I've heard, Dwan, when we discussed this, and correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't there an initial report that seemed to show that they were?
Yeah, there was this was the one, there was a mistake in the reporting, and then we had to.
Right, so
we had to look at the grant
not only
agreement.
did they not spend it, but they initially gave us a report that showed that they were spending it. So we were checking up on them, and what they told us was false. So the as I see it, the crunch is on them largely. Not to say, there might be structural things that we could try to anticipate this, but they not only didn't spend it, but at first they told us that they were.
Well, the question for you, Brady, and I kind of answered on behalf,
yeah.
if we had the authority to recuperate the money, and I said there's a provision in the grant agreement that you looked at.
Yeah, I mean, there are multiple ways that they are in breach of their agreement, and that we can, and the intent of the statute would be that this be distributed to the other formula HP2 recipients that could use it.
Yeah, Will, and then Catherine.
So I'll tip my hand here. I feel like due process would include allowing Mr. Ocampo to respond meaningfully at this meeting to the allegations made. So I'm disappointed in his showing up and making some comments without any context, unfortunately, showed that he had that intention. But second, in the spirit of keeping our eye on the prize, I'm confused by these two ideas where one, I've heard that they're a great organization, that they do great work, and that they've been responsible in many other areas. But on the other side, we're saying we don't trust their assurance to spend any part of this money in the next year. And I don't understand why there's this disconnect where I think at least some of the money should be allowed if they are all these things that have been represented to us here. Thank you.
Catherine?
So I guess one question for staff, which is what is the downside to giving them an opportunity to spend or having a conversation about their ability to spend part of the money? And the second is just a process piece going forward, just as someone who wasn't involved in the committee meeting. This is kind of the first time hearing of it. And there's lots of, I recollect a conversation about, but we don't have the underlying documents. I can't look at anything. There's supposedly a letter that he sent that I haven't seen that Chris is trying to be fair about because he's not here. So the process to me in terms of as a commissioner making a decision based on facts just seems like quite challenging to follow because I don't have anything other than kind of what people have said and is on a proposed resolution, right? So it's hard. I actually appreciate Chris has been in all these other meetings and had discussions and maybe access to the documents, but for the rest of us, we don't have any of that. And that makes it much harder to figure out what the right course of action is. But that's like, if this is going to come up, then sort of a more formalized process by which the committee in advance gets the actual documents so we can look at them and ask questions about them and set up a specific time on the agenda where the program can be there and respond to the questions. It just seems like we need a better process. And then the second is really just would love like to understand why we can't have a conversation about spending half of the money, and like that doesn't, like they're not interested or whatever, then we do what is being proposed, give all of the money to the other programs.
Chris?
Yeah, well, I was kind of just going to say, as personal perspective on it, is the staff, and I actually had to miss the meeting on December 1st, the committee meeting, because I was sick, but my understanding is like staff actually brought the recommendation. I actually think the committee's recommendation, which is before you right now, is in very good faith and reflects a sound public policy, like an option among many. And I think staff's original proposal was have them return the first year, try to spend the second year and keep their third. So I wasn't present to hear the conversation, which is why I think Dwan invited the committee members to explain why they rejected that proposal and landed with this one. But I do think that this is a viable option. And I did hear, I think, yeah, Jim said something like, because their spending plan, which Catherine, to your point, you haven't seen, emphasize, so you're taking like I said our word, and I appreciate that that's not a comfortable position to be in, but because it emphasized hiring in early 2023 versus maybe other programs have staff already on payroll who could begin spending it immediately, there was like a greater likelihood of spend down versus if they keep it and they don't spend it by the end of 2023, it reverts, we think, back to the legislature. So I I just wanted to sort of provide that kind of framing, which was offered at the beginning, is there's still the option, I think, of having them return 1 year, try number 2, keep 3, or return 1 and 2, keep 3. But this was where the committee ended, and I think you've heard the reasons.
Okay, that's helpful because we didn't actually know there was a staff recommendation. We were told this wasn't a staff recommendation, it was a committee recommendation, but I had no information to the point of process. I didn't know there was a staff recommendation, and that seems like another piece that, like, just like you're hearing a little bit of a frustration of like being asked to make a decision without having access to the information that would allow, like, me at least to feel like I'm making the correct decision. And that makes it harder to do that, I think.
Well, there was an original staff recommendation, but we also support this recommendation that evolved from the committee.
I hear that even from, I do hear that from Chris. I hear that you support it, but like if it's sort of like in the fairness category, laying out all of the facts of what happened feels like the right thing to do when you're asking the commission as a whole to make a decision, right? And we like that's just the piece that's missing for me, is like I feel like every time I ask a question I'm getting another little fact, but I don't have like the full picture.
Selena, Louise, Angie. Then let's try to keep it brief so we can.
Yes, I'll keep it very brief. Two very brief issues. One of them is just point of clarification. If this is a formula grant and any amount is returned, assuming it's lesser than the full amount, it would go to their counties, not to the full pot, right? So we're not talking about 71. We're talking about a smaller amount. And then I'll wait till Chris McConkey confirms that. And then the other one is if it makes more sense to get more information, and I understand that State Bar staff doesn't want to wait until March because it's too far along, is there a way to delegate, to explicitly delegate a decision with some parameters to the HP committee?
Or to the executive committee, I guess.
Oh, yeah, or to executive.
That's such a great question, Selena, about how we run the formula. I would want to consult our fiscal team that actually runs the formula. It was my understanding that the statute would permit the formula to be rerun anew, the original formula allowed for opt-outs. If folks wanted to opt out, we would do that again.
Well, we have Brady, so Brady can clarify for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brady, while you're considering that, Louise and then Angie.
I don't want to go over all the things people have talked about, but listening through all of this, and I haven't heard a specific discussion about a resolution that allows them to actually keep the third year, the last installment, which is like $83,000. Not a lot of money wherever it ends up going, but probably important to them that they get that last year. What they do with it, I wouldn't make any bets on right now, but I personally can't vote to not give them the third year. I'm just, given everything I've listened to.
Angie?
I just wanted, in general, I thought that a lot of the committee has gone through this with staff's gone through it with the agency, and as a full commission, we kind of have to go along with the fact, even though, as Catherine says, we are learning little bits of information as we go along, but the committee has that information. The committee looked at everything and made their decision, is bringing that to us. And I kind of feel like they've done the work, and we should support. They know the facts. If they think this is a viable, fair resolution, that we should go along with it.
Well, Angie, just to respond, because I know this is your second meeting, I certainly don't take umbrage with anybody challenging a recommendation of a committee, and I believe I appreciate the deference that you're suggesting and the trust, which I think is central to how this commission operates. But I think full-throated questioning and it is beneficial, and certainly I think everyone here has raised important points about process that I think we have to, consider take forward and try to improve on, because I think some of those points are really fair and good. So I don't want to discourage you or any other commissioner from challenging, I'll say, just to overstate it perhaps.
No, I didn't mean to imply that at all.
Yeah.
I just meant, as you say, it's the trust that the committee is going to look at all the issues and bring it to us with their best recommendation. But I also think, as has been brought up by several members, is there a way to amend this resolution to allow the agency to get its last year of funding?
So yeah, so just to be clear, we don't have a motion on the table. This was the recommendation of the committee. This particular resolution can be amended. We can vote it down. We can, there can be an amendment to it and a motion. I think, you know, without sort of, I'll just use my chair's discretion to briefly, because I know we're butting up against the end of this allotted time for the meeting, to say, it seems to me like they're, without knowing what the consensus is, that we may not have achieved a consensus. I think there is a view, number one, that this organization, for reasons perhaps legitimate or conscious or unconscious, did not execute on its responsibility on the grant, and that they are not well positioned to spend this money, and therefore the money should get redistributed. That's sort of position one. Position two is that we should give the opportunity to the organization to spend all of it down based on its spend down plan. I would say my sense is that there's some skepticism about that. And then I think the middle ground that was most recently suggested by Catherine or Louise is that the first 2 years of the grant be returned, and that the last year of the grant be granted to the organization to try to spend down. I can't really speak to the viability of the third position. And I know some have suggested that it would have been helpful to hear again from Mr. Ocampo. I tend to agree. You know, I'm not sure exactly what to say about that. I was intending to invite his participation in this process after hearing from staff. So I too think it could have been useful, but I don't know why he didn't stay in the meeting. So it seems to me that we're at a sort of decision point, and I would invite a commissioner to make a motion, whether on this proposed resolution or some sort of amended resolution, and we'll take them in order. Catherine and then Jason.
So it's Catherine, and I'll make a motion that that we award the committee the final year of their grant and ask for the return of the prior 2 years that haven't been spent. And apologies for the background noise.
Okay, so there's a motion. No, I don't think you should need to amend anything in Word. I think we'll just, unless there's a need to clarify, it would be to take an action as a commission to require AJLC to return the first 2 years and to grant them the third year of their grant. And is there a second for that position?
I'll second.
That's Louise. Okay, is there discussion? I see a hand. Jason, is this?
I was gonna propose an amendment, a friendly amendment to Catherine's motion, if possible, if it would open. So I was going to suggest that the third year that under Catherine's motion be subject to them providing an adequate spend down plan for that third year to be revisited at some later meeting if that needs to be reallocated. Basically, to summarize, we're going to take year 1 and 2, we'll give you year 3, but we need a plan. And if you don't provide the plan by whatever date, it's going to come back to the commission. You're going to lose year 3 too, as well.
So
So
I'm finding for just ease, maybe it has to go back to the executive committee because I don't know that we're meeting in time. I don't know. Somebody should just
I
advise.
just think I think the
agree.
point is like someone should revisit that. I don't want it to be wrapped up on the third year if they also, because I heard in comments and discussion that they were not providing an adequate spend down plan in a timely manner, right? It was a struggle to get
agree.
that out of them.
So I accept your motion. I was just speaking to who maybe was best positioned to get that information and
It's
make.
probably the HP committee.
I think
if
HP
I can
will
recommend
end
it.
up having to meet in January.
Do they have the authority to act on behalf of the
well,
commission?
that would need to be part of this motion. So I'm gonna, hearing you say you will accept the friendly amendment, I'm going to clarify for the commission what it is that is being proposed. So it is a motion by Catherine with friendly amendments from Jason to, number one, have the organization return the first 2 years. Number two, grant the third year, provided that an adequate plan for spending down the money is provided to the HP committee for their determination about the adequacy. And I don't know if I'm neglecting anything there, so that you would essentially be voting to delegate authority to the HP committee to determine the adequacy of the spend down plan.
Would you want
Does
to
it need a date by which they have to submit it or something?
Yeah.
I think they need a date, a hard date, that there's no extensions. It's just like, this is the date, you miss it, it's getting redistributed.
And then
I
I
guess
think just as a matter of process, I think Louise seconded this motion, so I think we want to hear from Louise as to whether any of this works for her.
I would second this, the amended motion. And I do agree that we need a date certain for this,
So
And
this is what we need to do.
is it reasonable to have it by January 15th, knowing that like we're in the holiday? I don't know, I'm just making up a date. So staff should really speak as to what a date would.
Chris, when is that committee meeting? Because we have to notice it then if we want to share it with them.
We'd have to schedule one for January because currently the next HP Funds Committee meeting is in March. So, but we were contemplating scheduling one for the end of January. So the 15th would work if it was like January 31st or something. And they have provided a spend down plan. So I don't think I think it would be realistic for them to do that by the 15th.
Personally, I would make it a little earlier so that we aren't running up against Bagley-Keene requirements and say January 6th, because they have a spend down plan right now.
This would give them an opportunity to revise it if they wanted to. Can I suggest just so we can start? I think for the minutes we'll need a written resolution, and I can suggest some phrasing. So I think this resolution might work all the way up into Jennifer, exactly. So we'll drop the "and that it not receive it certain summit," and you could say I can keep that period, like that's standalone, and then add a second sentence that basically says
the third year
Justice Asian
funding
Caucus may receive its 3-year funding provided that ... like they submit.
The third year of funding is contingent upon the submission of a plan, a spend down plan that the HP committee deems to be adequate.
Should there be a clause saying to be received by January 6, 2023?
Yeah.
Mission of a spend down plan by that's fine.
I think you
does
need a
this say-
line delegating.
To say delegated authority someplace.
Yeah, I think that's a smart addition.
Can someone help me with the wording?
Yeah,
for
so
that?
it should, yes, so it should say the third year funding is contingent upon the submission of a spend down plan by January 6th, 2023. Submitted to the Homelessness Prevention Funds Committee, which the commission has delegated authority to determine the adequacy of. Brady?
Did we want to specify that funds should be returned by that date or another date?
I think the grant agreement would control, would it not?
Well, it doesn't.
The grant agreement doesn't say when it needs to be remitted. But I think that's okay, Brady. We can work with them. They're not going to not give us the money in like a month or two. I feel confident on that. So unless you really are insistent on that, I think we invoice them, they'll return the money.
Okay.
Louise?
So my only other question, now that nothing got it knocked out of my head. But the people who've been working with them, you seem confident that January 6th isn't too early to provide what they need to provide. Because we got the holidays and, you know, those kinds of agencies are pretty crazy over the holidays. I just want to make sure that we're not putting them in a place where they can't perform. And I think you know that. I think the staff knows them better, obviously, than I do. I just want to make sure it's not too early a date.
I don't personally think it's too early, but if you want to build in a buffer because have any hesitation, we could just move it to the middle
Like
of
the
January.
10th or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say the 9th is fine. What I don't want to do is mid-month, because then if we're in a like, well, it's close or whatever, then we gotta notice a
No, I
committee
think
hearing.
but even if the 10th gives them, it's a
Okay.
Tuesday, it gives them
Yeah,
like, I
a
don't
weekend.
get into that, right?
Okay. Angie?
It's just grammar. You don't end a sentence with a preposition.
I know.
Yeah, I know.
To which the commission has
Has
delegated
delegated.
authority to determine
Yeah.
something. Yeah.
I did not mean to put my hand up.
Yeah, it's your grammarian speaks to me.
Chris, I just want to do a time check. It's
Yeah,
4:06
we're
and
over right now.
I need 5 minutes for the other agenda.
Yeah, so we're gonna take a vote on this. So I'm assuming now, correct me if I'm wrong, Catherine, you've made this motion. Louise, you've seconded this motion.
Correct.
Let's take a roll call vote of this motion.
Al-Saraf,
Yes.
Connolly,
Yes.
Aglagi, Ball, Whitemaster,
Yes.
Blakemore,
Yes.
Boshelli,
Abstain.
Campbell,
Yes.
Galkin,
Yes.
Iskin, King,
Yes.
Judge Klein, Cruz, Lee,
Yes.
Mahoney, Meeker,
Yes.
Vargas,
Yes.
Schreiber,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, that's resolved. I will put it on the agenda for March to report out to the commission what the HP committee decides about the adequacy of the spend out plan. And staff, if you can please report out as soon as you can what the full commission decided to do. I appreciate everybody's sort of careful consideration of this. This was not an easy decision for the committee. I know it doesn't appear to have been an easy commission decision either. These issues are often thorny, so thank you for everybody's consideration and process improvements. Go on, last item.
Yeah, and I could be quick. So in 2022, the EF distribution was very large. It had increased over 2021 by about $20 million. At the time, the commission allowed programs to elect to take their award. Typically, it's a one-year award in 2 years. There were some programs that opted in for 2 years and some programs that opted into 1 year. So we actually are anticipating that there will be some programs that are going to come back and not be able to spend. The ones that did not opt for 2 years are going to come back and ask for their carryover to be a 1 year instead of 6 months. So we wanted to just get ahead of that and ask for your approval to pre-approve a 1 year spend down, because it would be in alignment with the other programs that we allowed. That wasn't really a discussion. That was a policy decision that was kind of made at the commission level, but we just want to kind of get ahead of it. So it's a little bit, I'm presenting on behalf of Erica Carroll. It didn't go through the regular eligibility budget review committee because we realized there's the timing issue. So we wanted that's a staff recommendation. And I can pull up the motion and then take any questions or discussion.
Any questions for Dwan while she's pulling that up?
Yeah, sorry, this is Erica. I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So there are some grants that we have a 2-year time period.
Yeah, so we let programs budget instead of the typical 1 year, 2 years, but only some programs did that, right? So we're just anticipating the programs that didn't. When they ask for a carryover, the 6 month, it's typically 6 month carryover that they may want to ask for a 1 year. And that would be kind of in line with what you've already let other programs take it in 2 years. So to just make it kind of even, if that makes sense.
I guess my question is, why did we do the 2 years in the first place?
We did the 2 years because the EF distribution for 2022 was so large. It went from 20 something million to 50 something million. I could pull up the exact figures, but it was a one-time increase because IOLTA had dropped and so EF went up.
Okay, I just didn't remember that we did that.
Jason?
I am not asking a question, but I'm willing and able to make said motion.
Okay, let me.
I'll second.
Okay, so the motion is the commission approves the 12-month carryover period for 2022 EF funds for grantee organizations with approved carryover requests, and 2022 EF funds unspent as of December 31st, 2023 must be returned to the state bar. So that beyond that, we would remit them and retrieve the funds.
Great. We have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
I said I would second.
Okay.
Oh,
great.
thank you, Eric. I didn't hear that. Sorry.
I'll do roll call.
Yeah, please.
Alsaroff,
Yes.
Connolly,
Yes.
Aglagi, Ball, Fightmaster,
Yes.
Blakemore,
Yes.
Boschelli,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Galkin,
Yes.
Biskin, King,
Yes.
Judge Klein, Cruz, Lee,
Yes.
Mahoney, Meeker,
Yes.
Vargas,
Yes.
Schreiber.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. I think we've reached the blessed end of our meeting and our year. So unless anyone else has anything else on their mind, and seeing no
Happy holidays.
light bulb icons, yes. Let me
Happy holidays.
say I'll see you all in 2023. Thank you again.
Thank
to
you.
all. Enjoy your holidays.
Thank you for
staff.
your patience with all of us.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
I second that one, Catherine.
Yeah.
Thank you.